everybody. Welcome back to Wampelville and welcome back to Seri Prime. We're going to do this bust of the Wind Dancer. We did the painting of the Wind Dancer last stream. We'll get to the figure on our Saturday stream. Here, I'll show you a little sneaky cheeky preview of, well, look at that. And remember, it's got to be, what is it, about 87, 88 degrees. It's got to be like 120 in the forge. Once that thing gets cranking, maybe 125 or so. It's got to be toasty, roasty. So we're going to, now again, if there's any time, I might try to do a little bit more on these guys right here. So we'll, again, we're going to go with the similar color scheme to the, come on, there we go. Similar color scheme to our dancer right here. Just probably get some violet other types of colors, some warmer stuff in the feathers. We might do a little bit of lighter dry brushy stuff, I think, to get this party started. Somewheres. There it is. Nope, that's not the one. That's the one. I think I cleaned off a bunch of these things. Hey there, Landrast. Let me just move this stuff out of the way. Okay, that's mostly we're not doing a prelay, so I don't think we're going to be needing that. I don't think so. Let's see if anything really happens when we do some lighter dry brush on this. Maybe, yeah, a little something. Not a ton. More so that I get a little something to mix with. So Landrast, you just got the crew there hanging out on a Friday there. This right here, we'll see what we wants to do with that. I was kind of wondering maybe we do a little bit of a gold instead of a, well, either that. I don't know. Maybe, well, let's see. It might be better if it just, well, if it's gold to here. We'll see how it works. I don't know. Nice to see you there, Camda. So hopefully the stream was super satisfying. And I think you got a bit done. You did like a 3+ hour stream, right, Camda? I think there was a couple of times that you got sneak attack, though, I think, Camda, during the stream. I seem to recall at least more than one occasion where there were some troops where you didn't think they were going to be. Now, of course, people showing up where they're not expected to be, that can be annoying, right, Landress? So is Jack still annoying you there? Because like I said, sometimes people show up when they're not supposed to be there, whatever, and that's very annoying, right, Landrast? Let's continue again. I'm just going to chuck some of this on here. A little bit of this, and then we'll do some glazy stuff on tops of that. Over here, and this. Oh, I did post this video, by the way. Well, at least I hope I did. It says that this is up on the Patreon page right here. Actually, let me test something here. Yeah, look at that. That's not Alkid's. Well, except for the white that's added. Let me. This is going to be the big test here. Let me see what happens with this. Okay, so the metals, those are still. But it's weird. These homemade ones, these dry really darn fast. Oh boy, we really we did get that. Well, speaking of sneak attacks, right, Landrast, I was trying to sneak that one in there. I was trying to sneak it, but just gotta ask you, is a certain person being annoying or whatever? I think we're just about ready for some glazy stuff here. Now, unfortunately, and this is like the weird thing that Grok, at the end of every little animation, or at least 90% of them, it puts this weird kind of a scratchy sound at the end. And every time I do this, I'm like, okay, I got rid of all the scratchy sound. And then I go to send the link to people. I'm like, what the heck? How did that get in there? So sorry that there's that stupid scratchy sound in there. I try what I can to get rid of it. And I think, okay, yeah, I've I've cut that out. It's not going to happen. And then I listen to the YouTube link because I'll listen to it in the editing suite, and it doesn't play that, doesn't make that sound. Then I'm listening to what you guys are listening to. I'm like, what the heck? Man, oh man! But I hope that that video. You know, here let's start getting that INSI chat here because I haven't actually done the little copy on that video. Okay. Here it is, and I think this is the right one. Okay, here we go. There you go. So there is the philosophy of height, and that is all about the Seri Republic there. Again, trying to chuck in some blues here and there, some whatever stuff. So check out that video again. That is the story of these folks right here. Now, Camden, I don't know if you kind of got some of the, what would you say? I don't want to say sinister, but there's a few parts of that song that if you kind of pay attention, you're like, wait a second, that doesn't sound so nice. Because remember, what are the Seri into? They're into nation building. And sometimes that nation building is a little less voluntary than other times. Yeah, they again they've it's a little bit it's kind of again when you look at that and you kind of read between the tea leaves there, you can say, wait a second, that seems a little bit colonialist right there. So I was kind of hoping that maybe for folks that were really kind of paying attention or whatever, that they might kind of go, wait a second, what's going on here? That don't sound right. And sometimes you got to crack a few pans over some heads too, right, Camden? You bust up the eggs, and that's what's going to happen, right? When you bop somebody with the pan, those eggs are going to crack too. So apparently the Seri like to crack some eggs and some skulls, because that's why I was hoping to have like the really big carrier there. I'm gonna go back to my regular. See, no, that not my scene. That not my scene. That's my scene. Now we got it. So okay, just trying to work a little bit of this violet in there now. I thought I had, oh well, we'll just have to mix some Van Dyke Brown then. With this. Come on. There we are. That's to get this going here. There we are, some browns. Darker. Now this is a little bit less of the homemade Van Dyke Brown, more of just the burnt ombre there. I'm gonna be changing our colors here. Here we are. Let's see. Yeah, let's keep going with that. Boom. Yeah, they use the yolk-free only eggs, Cam. The yolk-free only eggs. That's it. Eggs with no yolks in them. Now this has a little bit of Indian yellow in, a little bit of mango yellow. That's going to go here. Maybe now a little bit more to umber. Like so. Again, just trying to get a little bit of this, a little bit of that positioned here. Stuff might change, whatever's. Maybe more of that over in there too. Speaking of some umber that might go over here. That's gonna be a little darker, maybe. Yeah, let's just hit this like so. I mean, again, we couldn't change it. There's another support piece that just got stuck in the primer there. Just let this all get semi-stained a little bit with this, a bit more of this darker stuff. And I think we worked our way all the way around that. Yes, we have. Yep, we done it. I'm gonna let the violet and that grape mix together a little. I didn't do nothing there. Maybe let's go with this. So this is our fabulous not periwinkle, radiant periwinkle, not radiant. It's all the knots, right, Camda? In you go. That might end up being a little more towards the gold also. See how that works. Okay. And that. And this. Ooh, geez, we gotta get something darker over here. I'm looking around, going, what's going on with this? This ain't right. There's nothing in there. Same over here. I don't care. Here we go. So Camden, I've also been trying for the Woden there for some of the busts of them. It's going to be a little bit like the Cyber Thuria stuff in a way, but even more tech, right? So I'm really trying to go heavy on things, like the circuitry, the circuit board stuff for the Woden. Oh, I never. I'm looking at this back here, going, wait a sec. There we go. Now I got to get a little something here. These guys. We did the outside. I didn't done this yet. Okay. Gotta get the collar too. That I know. Forgot all about that stuff. Now we got back to the umber. Here we are. Alright. Wait. That's the other place I was like, wait a minute. There was another place I wanted me even more. The Indian yellow, which would be right there. Definitely not there, Camja. Definitely not. They only like birdseed. Yep, they only like birdseed. They also don't like squirrels, Camden, because the squirrels steal all the birdseed. I mean, there's, I think maybe some of the other species maybe make a little bit of jokes about, some like the Seri trailer trash kinds, or more they're like vultures. They just kind of eat roadkill and stuff. There might be some humor about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't make the jokes. I don't write the jokes. I just hear about the jokes on social media. I thought I already had cleaned that baby up. So yeah, Camda, the hunting stuff, not really. Again, remember, it's all about the philosophy of height and high thought and all that kind of stuff. There is a scene in the video there, Camda, where you see something that kind of looks like a hunt. Yeah, that's not really what they do. Here, let's do this. Now we'll start to get some lighter stuff in our feathers here. Because even in the song itself, right, it talks about, well, people just assume we built cities up in the sky because we got wings. But a whole different, well, all of these things, they're all designed to kind of turn assumptions upside down and on their head, all that good stuff. No, let's start to get. Well, I got me a zoom, don't I? I sure does. There we go. There. Like a so. Try and make you a little lighter here too. And again, you can see that kind of can flow in with all of our glaze stuff that we just did. And the idea is that we kind of we try to get some different colors in the midtones, some different colors in the shadows. Definitely want to have a lot of expression in the eyes too. That's gonna be a big, but something like this, just like with this was too, is the same deal. The eyes really had to have tons of expression in them. Oh, there we go. And this is not as light as we can go. We can go lighter than this. Can definitely go lighter than that. Like I said, hopefully we'll get a chance to paint the full figure of the dancer tomorrow, like we were planning. No, no, no. I can just hold you this away here. Ah, now we're talking. Is that another support nub? That's another support nub that got stuck in the primer. Let me. This should work. Looking at that, going like that don't go there. It's just literally stuck in the primer. Yep, I had kind of filed or broke that thing away, and then the primer kind of glued it in place. Camp, if you want to share anything in the chat, I don't know if you got more pictures of what you were doing on the stream last night, or well, I was about to say this morning, but it is now tomorrow. It is now Saturday. It just turned Saturday. There we are. And again, that's still mixing with some of our glazy stuff right there, right, Valfira? 71 months worth. Thank you very appreciate that. So I think I sent you. Pretty sure I sent you that video too. So great to see you there, Valfira. Here's hoping that everything is well, at least okay, if not fine. There we go again. Letting that mix, doing its thing. And Camda, yeah, again, the overlay was looking really nifty. Yeah, I mean, Camda, what's wild, when I go to, do the export thing, right, and I see the new overlays and stuff, it's really wild to see those. So yeah, it must be really neat to see your the new overlay and stuff when you do that. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. Well, Sea Dragon, at least this time you get to see a little bit more of the beginning. Yeah, you get to see a little bit more of the beginning here. And again, well, I know you were able to see at least a chunk of this, at least maybe an hour or two of this, right, Sea Dragon? And again, kind of the same character there. Yeah, Candace, sometimes it takes years, right? Sometimes it takes years. It's like I was talking to Camda there Valfera, that there's some parts of that video that seem very kind of innocent and serene on the surface, but there are some implications in some of the video segments there. There's one towards the end where you see the Seri Republic carrier. There's actually a whole other connotation that goes with that. Great to see you there, Big Fort. Everybody, please give Big Fort a follow. So, Big Fort, if you want to share stuff, like always, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now, everybody, again, please give Big Fort 1911 a follow. What we're doing here, we're painting the first of our Seri Republic figures. We've been painting we painted all the ships already. Tons and tons of the ships. We actually have a few more. We painted this last night on the stream. Look at this. And that just happens to be this same character. We're doing the bust version of it tonight. So we painted this last night. So great to see you there, Big Fort. Oh, and of course, here's another image of our Seri Republic right there. That's Seri Prime, the homeworld. And look at this. This is what we'll be doing on the next stream right here. Looks a little bit like this right here, doesn't it? Yeah, there you go. So again, we painted this last night. Super fun. And here's again some more of the Seri Republic ships right here. That's the troop transport with some of the drop ships. See, there's actually 6 of these on the drop ship right there. And again, Big Fort, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And we'll, as we move along here, we'll show more stuff. We have a whole bunch of little presentation type things that we can show on these guys right here. These are all figures that I made myself, just like the Cyberthurian stuff. Not sure if you've seen the Cyberthurian stuff as well, but yeah, all that is it's all from again, stuff that I have been working on for quite some time. You can see here, this is where they are based. Right there. See, lower left-hand side, the Seri Republic. Once again, that is their home world right there. And here's how you just saw this ship that the painted ship, the painted version of that. These are actually 3 ships that we painted on stream. I just took the photos and, well, we put one of their blue giant stars in the background. So that's very much their what their fleet looks like. And here's kind of a bit of the species overview right here. There is your government. And we get to our art form after their ethos, the 3 thoughts: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. Right in the middle there, you can see the Wind Dancer. You also have an orator, a scholar, an artisan. So that's again a quick little overview of this faction here. So again, Big Fort, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. That would be fabulous. You know what? Nah. Let me roll with this. Let me roll with this over here. Make that a little lighter. That needs to be carried back for there. We are. Even use some of my goalies stuff there. Maybe that a little more mid-tony at least. How about check out that Discord link? That Discord link that was just shared there by Big Fort. So Big Fort, I hope that the stream was super fun. I'm sure that it was. Super fun. Everybody had a blast. We are just underway here. What, 24 minutes in, right, Camden? 24 minutes ago, this had absolutely no paint on it. Using the oils like we do. Gonna start getting a little something lighter here in the eyes. Also over there. And we'll get some dark around the eyes too. Still kind of waiting on that to set a little bit. Can almost start to play around with this over here too. Almost, not quite. Not quite. That also will start to maybe tint that a bit more towards the, well, at least somewhat more gold. No, more of that. Ah, there we go. That's more like it. All right, because this is more opaque. We need the opaque stuff here. Unfortunately, none at all. The just the Until that air conditioner arrives, Valfira, there will not be any sleep. Basically, um, I should have just gave up on it and should have just worked all the way through. That's what I'll be doing tonight. Is I'm just gonna keep working Valfira till that air conditioner shows up. Well, hopefully it shows up significantly before the stream starts. Otherwise, we're going to need quite a few Monster Energy drinks, right, Velfira, to not do a little bit of sleep streaming. No micro naps. Yeah, we're looking to kind of avoid those. That would be nice. But yeah, I think it's gonna just be an all-nighter tonight. Which again will be interesting since there was no sleepies last night. Oh yeah. Now again, I want this to be looking more skyward, not quite a stern this here. So Armored Wolf, I think I actually still have some of the stuff that you had sent, like the leaded version, put it that way. And then I also have remember the stuff I got for Prime Day. I still have some of that left. I wasn't sure if you were wanting to have some Monster Energy drink down here for Peoria. Nice to see you there, Horns fan. So Horns fan, I think I sent you all of the videos, and I don't know if I sent you the Woden stuff, but I know I sent you the videos. I know I sent you those, and I think I sent you this one right here. So great to see you there, Horns fan. Well, Horns fan, at least the White Sox got to play the A's, and I believe they scored 17 runs against the A's. So just bring in the Athletics, right? So yeah, Horns fan, check that out because I sent you a whole bunch of links. So you have, I believe now you got all the videos. Let's get a little bit more of the, yeah, there we are, some of the lighter yellow down there. Again, we're going to get some of the dark around the eyes too. Horns fan, they're about to get their big, I forget, call it a free agent acquisition, but Mokami, I think he's actually about to come back in the lineup. Maybe he actually came back today, either today or tomorrow. I think he returns to the lineup. Yeah, Armored Wolf, just let me know. Just let me know when that is coming. I'll try to get it in the fridge for you. If you want him chilled, I'll have to take him out of the box. I'll try to preserve the box though, so we can maybe put him back in there. Armored Wolf, I think I have. Ooh, you just remember. I think I have one piece. I either have one or none pieces left of the one that you sent me in June. If you want, I don't know if you want me to. I'd say I don't think it. Well, you don't want me to. Well, depending on when you send it there, Armored Wolf. If it's closer to the day, then I won't freeze it. Actually, Armored Wolf, I do have on Tuesday a set of bags. It's two of these cold bags, if you want to call it that way. So we could use that to also kind of keep the pizza from, well, I don't want to say thawing out, but from getting a little bit too spoily there. Let me do this. And more of that. There we are. And Horns fan, of course, the hardest thing to get is the triple, right? Yeah, and he's a really short, he's a pretty short dude, right, Horns fan? Yeah, he's not the biggest guy in the world. Same thing with Antonacci. He's not the biggest dude either. Actually, the Monami or Mokami, he's not the biggest guy either. They're not large. So yeah, Armored Wolf will try to get that wrapped up in some tin foil and such. You could eat some on the way back down. It was a pretty close play at third base too, Horns fan. So I could see why the whole running through the sign. I think a more accurate throw might have got him. And of course, all this MLB coverage is brought to you by the WSN. That would be the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Or nose, right, Camden? There you go. So Sea Dragon, I hope that you've had a chance to maybe, I think I might have asked you the last stream if you've had a chance to maybe do a little bit of painting on some of your projects there. Hopefully you've had a chance to do a little bit. So again, we're just trying to pick out a few areas of our lighter stuff here, and then we're going to get much lighter than that as we go along. We got some feathers we need to do here. Let me get a little bit of our violet into that to kind of gray that down just a bit. So yeah, Horns fan, I might have sent you some of the Woden stuff as well. If not, I'll send you that next. But yes, you got some stuff to check out there. Nice to see you there, Conrads. So Conrads is on the way to 150 now, right? So you're at 141, Conrads. I believe you're at now 141, and I believe yesterday the streak continues. Just a programming note: in all likelihood, won't be streaming this Friday, Saturday. So just keep that in mind. This coming Friday, Saturday, unless there's something really weird going on, which of course is pretty much every day now. At least that's the plan. I did send Hank a message a few days ago, Armored Wolf. I doubt if he saw it because he's kind of busy. I figured that everybody pretty much ends up at that same duplex or whatever anyhow. I'll probably, everybody, I don't know if there's as many people coming. I don't think Aaron's going to be there. So maybe there'll be less people or something. I don't know. I don't know if Tim is showing up as early. I think Tim was up there too, wasn't he? Last year. There we go. Almost forgot about this again. Now you can see there's more of the glaze stuff back there that I'm mixing with. Well, Horns fan, the White Sox gave you a little bit of an assist today, taking down Oakland. I would guess that Seattle is the second place team, right, Horns fan? Now, of course, the Marlins are not really helping against Cleveland here. So the White Sox need the Marlins to do a little bit more. So, yeah, that's a bit of a fish fry right there. Okay. There. So again, that's still going to get brighter. That is still going to get even lighter. This is not even just regular white from Paul Rubens, much less our full-on fast matte white. We saw the difference that made in that painting. Oh, that made quite the difference. Alright, let's get this going here. So yeah, programming, no, don't be surprised. It's like, wait a minute, what happened? Now again, if things are going according to plan, I won't be streaming Friday and Saturday of this coming week. And then I guess Gen Con is the 2 weeks after that, which is holy smokes. To which Armored Wolf says, gee, you're telling me. A little bit more than that. Okay, there we are. I'm gonna get, I might, maybe even break out a new one of these. Well, there ain't many of these left. I'm gonna have to get another round of these here. It's probably not gonna happen. Well, I guess I could get some before Gen Con. I have to pretty much do that on Dick Blake like tomorrow. In order for that to be sure to be here within a, I don't know, that's still kind of dicey. Okay, now we're starting to get into some of the really dark. Is it fuzz on there? What the heck is going on there? There's something weird Ola on the end of that. I mean, sometimes you just gotta break these things in. A little more of the dark in there. Now, up and over here. I would, I'm gonna get me some of the brown in there too. I think that's a safe place to stick my hand there. So yeah, this one's definitely gonna, some of them, every so often you get one that you just gotta break in. And this one seems like it's one of those. It's just gonna have to be broken in a little bit. It's a little wonky. Usually doesn't happen too much. Gonna get me some more darks. Just start putting some darks in other places here. Around some of the gems, some of the jewels, that sort of stuff. This a guy here. Yeah, let's separate some of this stuff. More separation. More separation. So on. So forth. Some separation over here. Up there. I got me a blendy brush somewhere. What about you? Same deal over here. Now, what I might also do, I want to see if this here gonna work. If it doesn't, we just get rid of it. But I'm gonna try something. This could be fun, or maybe it doesn't work at all. But I'm gonna give it a try here. We got this violet here. Whoa, that might be doing what I was hoping it would be doing. Oh yeah, that is. I thought nothing there. All right, going to try it up here instead of just the gray. Essentially, almost like a violet here. Maybe almost a little bit of magenta. Oh yeah, that might be getting a little bit light, but maybe I'll get a little violet into that. All right, let me try this. Wait a second. That might be better. That might just work. Yeah. I think that's gonna do what I needed to. Also, I think this brush is finally starting to get broken in. Yet sometimes you just gotta work with a brush a little bit first before it starts to do what you need it to. I think we're getting somewhere now. Yeah, that's more. That is more like what I wanted to see. Little bit glazy time here. Yeah, that works. Do we want to just use this? See how is this gonna work here, or is that too intense? And trying to kind of have a combo platter of some of the blues, some of the violet, some of the magenta on here. Come on, give me a bit more down there. All right. Where are we at with this? Is that going to be too light? Only one way to find out. Let's get some of that on here. Only way to find out. Easy enough to tone it down. Or change it. Or whatever. I think we're getting there. Alright. You. And then some of that dark's got to get pushed upwards, like we just did. Keep you out here. Just kind of separate it. Let me get out. See if that's going to work. Let's see what that will do. In you go. You're going to give me some more of this violet here. Ah, that's better. There we are. Push that in. Yeah, just hints of different color here and there. Yes, to make it more interesting. Now this may be a bit more of the sky blue here. Bit more of the sky blue there. Yeah, let it mix with some of our other stuff here. Where are we at with this? Yep, over here. It's like a mixture, some of the magenta, some of the violet, some of the blue. Little of this, little of that. Ah, we got nothing there. I want to use some. Whoops, that got super dark. But at least, yeah, that actually kind of still sort of works there. You put you down in here. That actually, I'm gonna roll with that then. Now, I'm not sure if we'll do the same thing exactly on the figure or not, but I mean, that could be sort of interesting, I guess. We had plenty of turquoise on the fishy that we did, and again, that video is already up on the Patreon page, and hopefully, folks have seen that there's yet another video on the Patreon page. I'm gonna try and film like crazy this Tuesday and Wednesday. Because, well, not going to be able to, in all likelihood, be able to film next Sunday either, so. Going to be doing another marble video. Yes, another marble video on the way. That's the next one. And then the next Dark Sword Dragon, that's going to be the Forest Dragon. So that's when I'm going to be filming Tuesday, Wednesday for sure. If I can squeeze in another video, I'll try. Haven't really been able to do the sculpting video because, again, the computer that, well, I would have done that on, well, that sort of died. And we're still trying to get all that stuff onto the new one. And again, this is 45 minutes right here, just in case folks were wondering. Yeah, this is all of 45 minutes of painting here, and that is it. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take the Indian yellow. We will break that down here. Not a pin line wash. Okay, that might just do it. Let's break it down a little more. Almost there. I'm going to see if I can get some of that on the beak here. There we are. Back to our dark again here. Gotta get that line. I think we got it. That got a little larger than it was supposed to, maybe. Well, maybe not. This, here, let me extend that a little. A little more dark there. I wonder, is that, what do we have dark-wise on this? I'm going to try and get a little bit more of the blue on there. I'm going to push that to the side a little bit more. Now, what about the feathers here? Potentially a little more definition on that. Maybe, yeah, the little spine on each of our larger feathers here gets a little more stuff. Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky, right? Because there's I still gotta get pictures of. Well, actually, I do have a picture of what we painted last night on stream. I tried to, right away get the thumbnails made now as soon as I can. There's still a whole batch of them that I gotta make yet. And get a little more of this magenta in here. Yeah, there we are. Okay. I'm gonna go with this cooler magenta for right now here. Let's roll this over, and again, they believing for now that kind of bluish underpainting that's in place. Let me grab some of that and really hit that hard. Yeah, hit that with the gold stuff relatively hard. Let's see if I can get all that out of there. We got Prussian blue. Yes, we got our Prussian blue here. Break it down some more. Again, these basically are all alkyds right here. With Gen Con and the Adepticon, all that stuff basically bearing down on us. It's pretty much going to be lots and lots of alkyds again. Yeah, consider it Adepticon Time Crunch 2.0. So yes, there will be lots of alkids now. Pretty much all alkids all the time. Might be a little bit too dark with that blue. Let's break that down some more. Darken this up on this side? Sure. Let's do that on this side here. Come on. Up and over. Darken that down a little. Yeah, there we are. And that's already a little bit less shiny. When I don't see any more of the shiny on that, that's when we're going to try to also get our little light dot in there. And I think, you know what, let me change this too. Let me change that to, yeah, there we are, a little bit more of the gold coloration. Break this stuff down. Okay, fine. It's a much cooler yellow now. We just did a very warm yellow as far as making that a little darker. Now this lighter yellow is much more towards the cool side. Bingo here. We certainly need that up against the blue that we got there. Oh, here we did. We need to sneak some. We need to sneak some color in there too. Boy, there's color we got to sneak in everywhere. Prussian blue and some. Oh, here we are. Like, wait a minute. There was somewhere this was supposed to go. Where was that again? Ah, yeah. In there. Nope. Let me try the violet stuff up here before we go back to the sky blue. Fine, let's maybe sneak a little bit of the violet into the feathers there. Almost said leaves. Still thinking green knight. That's right. I will try to, let's see, well, I think Armada Mondays will, I don't think we're going to get into the Woden fleet. I think we'll stick with the Terraforce, maybe doing some more of the Battlecraft. As far as our Thursday, our flat Thursday, I think we might just have to stick with a flat Thursday. I gotta get that Corrupted Galahad figure painted. I was almost thinking of doing that on Monday, so who knows, you might see that on Monday. Because I kind of need that for some stuff. For some video production. I don't want to get into the Woden fleet just yet. I might even, let's see. I don't know if I want to wait till after Gen Con to do that. We don't have anything to, you know what? Let me get more magenta there. What the heck? Yep. And that might even reflect down here on this. Just going to try and lay out some of these, see here, reflections. Now that that's had a chance to set, yeah. Where's my violet and periwinkle? Away from the gold there. Kind of had to wait for that to all set first. Looks like we waited long enough. Worked out fine. Another round of it here. Where are we at with the... no, over here. So we're just only just now getting close to 1 hour on this baby here. That's it. It happens quick. Don't blink, right Landrast. That's one thing you can't do here. If you blink, you will certainly miss something. Bingo here. And also that. Nice. Might even just a little smushy there. Get some of that, a little bit of that pink whatever onto the cloth that's not cloth, because that makes sense. Naples yellow, some of the white. Let's start to really make these lighter now. Especially these, the outer parts of them. Then we'll like these right here. We gotta get a little bit of the light there too. Let's do that. Some more of it over there. Here. Well, that really changes it around. That changes it big time. Like I said, we can make it lighter than this. We haven't even gone to straight up alkyd white yet with the Paul Rubens, much less break out the vast matte white. So Armored Wolf. Geez, I was about to ask if would the Beastman diorama be done by Dragon Con? Maybe if Gen Con is just too much of an impossibility, it's just too darn close. I wasn't sure if you're actually going to bring the Beastman thing to work on to Peoria there. Get that in here. Yeah, okay. Top of that sure needs to be later. Top of this thing too. Come on. Is nice. You need to be lighter. So do you. So do you. And these also going to make these lighter, these feathers here. That maybe not quite that light. Yeah, that's more of a shadow area there. Now these, okay, finally I can get some stuff on these. There's a whole lot of the glaze on them. Made that a little tricksy. Alright, let me see if I can. Right under the eyes here. Make that lighter. Fine, I've been waiting to make that way. Okay. I've been waiting to make that lighter. Gonna do the same deal over here. Same on this side. And guess what? Still not white. It might look really light. That's because we've done a really good job of getting all that dark in place. Bingo. Eye ridges here. Like you do. There we go. Lighter. Same here. Let's pull some of that light further out this way. Over the top here with some of that light, definitely. There might be a little bit of dark that we end up sort of like some gray, the violet gray or something might go in some of the shadow areas on the feathers here. Possible. Let's see how it plays out. Nothing there. That needs to be lighter. It's another one where the glaze stuff was just, it was just too prominent there. Had to be patient. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Lighter on these couple of feathers here. I wonder, let me grab some of this blue here. Less of that kind of amber and more of this. Might even be time to here. Let me give us a little bit this lighter sky blue. Some of the white, some of the sky blue. Oh, geez, that's going to need some drops of thinner on it. That's what every hobbit says, right, Camda? They said, well, geez, I didn't want the paint to get too thick. I had to go faster. The paint was gonna be too thick. But then it don't stick. All right, if it gets too thick, if you go too quick, it won't stick. Oh, there you go, Cam. There's a new Book of Wapple sticker there. If you go too quick, it won't stick. I got to remember that one, Camda. For that next batch of stickers there. If you go too quick, it won't stick. I mean, that's you can't get much easier to remember than that, right? That's one of those that's a catchphrase right there. That sounds like a catchphrase to me. You know what? I will lighten you with. Let me go back to more sky blue. Not gonna break out any manganese blue though. I'm just gonna see what we can do with this. Come on, you need to be lighter too. A little something with that. Look at it. See that little bit of magenta getting on there. Well, we were already cracking a few eggs, right, Valfira? We're also going to say hello to Inganes. Inganes, great to see you. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. And of course, Inganes, you know what you got to do. You got to share stuff in the chat. Inganes also does the oil paints. And Inganes also has some really fun oil painted stuff to share. I think, Camden, you already shared your stuff, right? If not, please go ahead and do that. I think you already did, but you wanted to do it again. That's fine. Because it was a while ago. Oh, look at this. We're starting to head towards the Cinco Uno, Camda. Yes, we're not that far away from a Cinco Uno. That's a couple of nights ago, of course, right? We got awful close to a Cinco Stinko. Yeah, that's where the stream gets long enough to the point where there's no more Cincos. Yep, it is a wee bit on the roasty side, right? Right, Inganes? Just a bit on the toasty side. So again, now why don't you share some stuff there in the chat? There it is. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Giving gun is a follow. A little bit lighter magenta there, okay. That's, I really want to get some of the cooler yellows on the beak there when it's possible. We're gonna get some of this lighter sort of magenta on that. How much lighter is this? Oh, that's lighter than what's there, more than I thought. That's fine. You too need to have the lighter sky blue. Same deals down here. Here we go. And I might in a little bit here, might have to break out a little bit more of our. This would just be the Paul Rubens white again, not the. It's not gonna be a fast matte white, just the Paul Rubens stuff. Can't really go a whole lot later there. And we'll get to the gemstones, a lot of our gold stuff. We're 1 hour 6 minutes in. That is it. That is the grand total of time we've had to work on this. Gonna get me some of this lighter blue on the feathers as well. I'm also going to try to reflect a little bit more of it on there, because reasons. There's also a deplorable lack of chocolate-covered raisins here. See, that's the problem there in Ghana is the ozone. We got to get rid of that ozone layer. That's what's the Death Orb shield does not function when there's too much ozone. We got to get rid of that. Chocolate-covered raisins should help in that battle, right, Velfera? That was my next question, Velfera. Is it toasty over there too? I'm imagining that it's pretty toasty there. I'm obviously hoping it gets a little less toasty here whenever salvation arrives. I'll send you a picture there, Valfira. Let's put it this way. Normally, when I'm sitting at the workstation, doing the computer stuff there, that air conditioner is, yes, it's in the kitchen, but it's literally pointing straight at that area. It almost feels cold sitting in that chair. That hasn't felt like that in weeks now. The compressor every so often goes off. But at this point, the compressor should be going off a lot more than almost never. There we are, getting a nice little trail of gold highlights there. That was my next question there, Velfa. Now, of course, here Velfa was telling this Armored Wolf, everything here is masonry. So all of these houses in the summertime are kilns. They're not ovens, they're kilns. The oven would indicate that it doesn't get less hot than the temperature of the sun. But yes, these masonry structures here, they get a bit toasty with extended heat there. I'm trying to think the last time it's been below 70 degrees here, and I mean like 24 hours a day. I don't mean like during the day, I mean like in the middle of the night. Yeah, Val, for that little redecorating that we did in 1871, that ever since then, it's pretty much been all bricks. That is pretty much the requirement. There are no wooden houses around here. On the plus side there, Valfair, we really don't have to worry about the 4th of July and things catching fire. There we go. There's a few little bits of feather in here that just had to. We had nothing on there except the initial pre-glaze or initial glazy stuff, so that's better. Might have to make some of those feathers later too. On the eyes, let me see if I can really go super duper duper light on the eyes. Maybe do I go Indian yellow with that? Or do I try this? Yeah, I'm gonna try this here. Alright, for the we can put the light passes through the eye. Or a cow, right, Valfera? Now, I believe these dioramas are still at the Chicago Historical Society, but if you want to see dioramas depicting the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, just you can go to the Chicago Historical Society. That actually, believe it or not, Valfera, that's one of the big things. Talk about your miniature terrain and all that kind of stuff. I saw those as a kid, and I was very intrigued by those. And oh yeah, false perspective. They made a lot of use of false perspective in those little dioramas. Come on. Ooh, there we are. This way. You know what? It's just going to be easier if I just get me some more of this out here. Oh, geez, there, Cam. We just we had Cinco Uno just pass like a minute and 20 seconds ago. Now there was the first Cinco. Wow, that is tremendously later than what we've got out here. So that we'll start getting some of this on the feathers first. Get some of that on the beak here. Now we'll get some on the feathers up here. We know these need to be lighter. Oh, gee whiz, that is, I knew they would be lighter. I really didn't think it would make that big a difference, but sure does. Well, and Camden, here's hoping that the new printers are doing really well. Actually, I made a little bit of a change to the supports, the size of the supports on the Saturn, and got a much better result. So maybe we're starting to make some breakthroughs on that. Now, of course, again, it's all predicated on this type of resin, which now I'm starting to run out of. I'm actually, believe it or not, starting to run out of the resin that is locked in. I loathe to think what it's going to be like trying to lock in any other types of resin, but we may have to. So yeah, Velfira, there's some scenes where the people are like hanging out on the bridges because that was like the only thing that wasn't going to catch fire. And there's always been lots of movable bridges here, and by lots of them I mean like 120 of them or 130 of them, something like that. I believe it might still be the city with the most movable bridges in the world. Come on. A little bit lighter there, yeah. little bit lighter there. And now let me see if we can do this here. We're just going to drop one right over here. That worked. Now we got to do the other side. Let's see if we can do the other side. Not quite. Didn't quite work as well as the first one. Which means we got to come back with the darker. Yeah, this brush is kind of, unfortunately, it's got a little tweaky on the end of it there. So we'll just do that, and now we'll just come back with the darker stuff, and we'll just take that away. No, I'm going to take it all away. And we'll try that all over again, because it just was not in the right spot. Where's me? There it is. Here's my thinner. I'm going to just do a bunch of drops on all this stuff that's just sitting here. Alright, what do we have? There's my scissors. There they are. It is always helpful if you got some paint on the brush when you're doing this. No, didn't get it. Ah, got it. There we go. Hopefully that makes this a little less annoying. Oh, big change. Yep. That made that a whole lot easier. That was a lot easier. I mean, sometimes you just gotta do a little bit of surgery there. Alright. To the lighter stuff on these feathers here. There. Yep. Come on. There we are. These got to get lighter too. Those are awful dark right there. Ah, yes. I think, yeah, this was another place where just kind of waiting for that darker glazy stuff we did to just have a chance to set. And now it allows me to do that. I don't want to make that, I want to lose all of that little bit of that magenta I got there. That's kind of helpful, having that little bit there. Let me pull this further in. Okay, there we are. We sort of have been doing that on this side. Lighter still over here. Come on. Lighter still there. Doing this now. Tempted to get some more light on the underside here of the face. After I do this, though, I need to do this first to see how much can we lighten the underside of the chin there. Let's do this first. Let's get all this light down in here before we start fooling around somewhere else. Lighter there. What about this guy? Yep, there we are. Up here now, yep. you up all along this. We have to start thinking about the gemstones here too. Maybe not too late down there though. Come on, there we are. Lighter on the top of that. Gotta get some of it over here. There we are. Now, lighter here. Maybe some, yeah. Oh, geez, yeah. Here, let's start doing some here. Yes, I mean, the light would certainly reach this. No doubt about it. There's none of that kind of stuff, Valfira. There's really there is no relationship to any human species or anything like that because this is many, many light years away from Earth. They happen to be avian. That's they have feathers. That's about all they got in common. Aside from feathers and some well, they both got talons though, Valfira. That is the one thing that's the same. I've never really heard eagles sing too much or dance too much, but apparently they both got talons. So they could both end up on a TV show, Valfira. Yeah, let's do this. Although I'm not sure, if you would want to say, not sure if you would want to tell one of those contestants that they were not, they weren't moving on, right, Valfira? That might get you, you might lose an eye or something like that in the process. So yeah, you have to kind of pretty much set aside all the other sci-fi stuff. This is supposed to be a very, very different type of a universe. You don't have good guys and bad guys. You just got guys. That's it. And depending on which civ you're in, you might say, well, we don't really like these guys too much. And again, these guys seem to be really nice and happy folks, but actually again, they have a tendency to do involuntary nation building. I'm going to try and get some more of my... Yeah, here, let's do that now. Let's do that right now while I'm thinking about it. I shall take some of that ombre and some of the... That's going to make an interesting brown. That will go in here. Valfira, you already saw the video on them. And let's put it this way, Valfira. Earth has returned the favor multiple times. So I would point to the Fragments of Unity video, which I know you got, because I'm pretty sure I sent you the link to that. They were engaged in a long, protracted war with the humans. They were trying to end it. Let's do a bit more here. Ooh, yeah, let's lighten you up a little. And then we might even try to sneak a little bit of violet in there. A little bit of, oh, some of our green. That's maybe what we need in there. Because yes, if you watch the end of the second Exodus video, that smoky place, that's not a human place, that's a Jolaran place right there. Let's do some more just down over here. And oh, wait. Indian yellow. Dear. Also, how's about we maybe get some of this in there? Okay, there we got some opacity. Actually, he was kind of describing them, Velfer, not so much the Jolderans. It was kind of pointing more inwards. Let's do this. And this here. There we go. Now we're starting to get our little bands of light and dark. Those are very popular. The halftime show of college football games, bands of light and dark. Now we're going to take our blending brush and smush all those together. Smushy, smushy. More smushy. Yep, that's where that whole last scene, right, as he's closing out his log entry there. Might want to take a little look-see on that video again. Now, let's do some darker stuff here. Not with this small one, but with this one. There we go. Yeah, and a little bit of the dark in there too. I mean, we got ourselves some time. We're not even an hour and a half in. We are at 88 minutes. That's how long we've been painting on this thing. And again, Vilfer, that's pretty much everybody. Everybody does stuff that maybe is not so cool. Everybody kind of thinks, okay, well, we can do this. More of their, where's my, is that, no, that's got a whole bunch of liquid on it. Let's maybe take this guy. Yeah, that'll work. And also, again, Vilfer, you might want to check out how they react to the True Earth movement. That kind of happens in the mid portion of the song. Yeah, they don't react too positively to the True Earth movement. Let's do a little bit of our dark right here. Ooh, if I could just get a little sneaky, cheeky bit of it there, and then over here too. A little sneaky, cheeky dark there. Now, we were talking about how about if I just take the Russian blue? Ooh, that's gonna make an interesting one. Well, there you go. There's green. Who would have thought yellow and blue make green? Gee whiz. Bam. That's gonna go a couple places here. Yeah, it's a little hint of green there. Little hint of green. Okay. Same green up in here. We're talking about it. We got this blue here. If that's going to be any kind of maybe shiny gold, whatever stuff, it would certainly reflect some of that. So that is what we're doing here, getting some of that little touch of green in there. Very much a, well, we're not going to engage in such barbaric activities, right, Camden? Not while we're waiting for that thing. Nope. So yeah, think, see, we got this right here. As you can see, that's reflecting here. We got this magenta here, reflecting there. Then this kind of bouncing down here. Oh, look at this. This is reflecting over there. So it's kind of a reflection time here. Let's get some more reflections going. More of that. That's going to get some of that green down there. The next, actually, Camda from now until after Gen Con. Yeah, we're pretty much entering almost like a multiple Adepticon phase right here. So it is going to be very much bonkers until sometime in early August. In which case, we can only hope that once August settles in, that's when things settle down. Oh, there you go. Yes, the multicons not so fabulous, right? And of course, Armored Wolf is like, yeah, hold my beer. Armored Wolf's like, I basically have 3 conventions. Well, almost like 4 conventions in as many weeks. And of course, Armored Wolf has the added challenge of thousands of miles in between said conventions. I don't know what your progress is on that TARDIS there, Velfira. I know you've been working on one. Armored Wolf is waiting for the completion of the TARDIS. A little more. There we go. Armored Wolf is, again, a big fan of, say, a teleporter. There you are. Actually, well, I was going to say I could use like an antimatter device here or something like that, Camda, but if I have chocolate-covered raisins, we do have the potential for a matter-antimatter, shall we say, collision. That is definitely something I could use me a bunch of right now. Let me, how much you is it? Yeah, you don't have any thinner on it. Look at this. We're just going to take that. Say we just kind of drag that across. Nice and easy there. Let's see. I'm trying to find. He's hiding. He's hiding. Can't. He's literally in hiding. Oh, there he is. I found him. I found him in the darkness there, Camda. I found the autocorrect monster. He was hiding. That was difficult to find him. So Velfare, I was kind of leaving the complexity stuff here. I am tempted though to have bases that are a little bit more like this, or plinths that are a little bit more like this. Oh, and of course, all of our Alchebans are going to have, because it's a really neat thing. Oh, and actually, I have a whole plate of basing bits. That's trying to spit that out. Eventually, right, Cam, I'll get the word spit out. Yeah, I've got a whole thing of basing bits that I've been working on for the Alchebans. Corals, turtles, fishies, anemones, all that kind of stuff. Nice to see you there, surface tension. Surface tension, yeah. We just had a report from Welshlandia that the Death Orb shield is non-functional. It is completely non-functional at this point. Uh, it's completely non-functional here too, right, Valfera? Uh, it's also non-functional in Alaska. Actually, Valfera, see what we need is that Jolarin weapon. That's what we need. We need that Jolarin weapon there. Now, it might have some other, kind of knockoff side effects or whatever. I mean, the fact that oceans turn to dust and so do crops, it's like, well, minor deal. But like you say, we got to break a few eggs, right, Camda? You don't really get anywhere unless you maybe break. You don't get any omelets without breaking eggs. Now, yeah, surface tension. I got a new one headed here. It's supposed to be here, well, technically in a matter of hours. It could be here. I'm hoping that in as little as 12 hours it'll be here. See, the Velfair, they're not necessarily the bad guys, right? Maybe they had the right idea. Maybe they said, you know what, it's kind of toasty there. Let's just help out the Welshlandians. Well, that's it, Velfair. Yes, the Jolerans and the ancient Welshlandians they're in secret cahoots with each other. Now let me get a little bit of this magenta over here too. I think a little reflection right here on some of this. That's why surface tension is in the streams here. That's the Jolerans trying to keep tabs on the Great Union of New Terra here. Let me get violet there, and then this is oh yeah, that was a good idea. Glad I did that. You know what? I'm gonna do the same over here. So check this out, surface tension. Where are we at? Here we are. This is what we did last night. Oh, there we go. A little bit closer for a little bit of focus. There you go. And our next stream, which would be, well, now later today, we're showing this. So this is an interesting progression here, Camda, going from the flat painting, then to the bust of the same thing, and then on to yeah, I don't know, maybe will then I'll have to be a thing. I wonder. Now this is going to be almost like a sap green. It's almost more like hooker's green. No, yeah, like a hooker's green here. That's it. So a kind of a dark, warmish green. Gonna go up here. Here we are. So that's it. Yes, the Welshlandian anti-death orb shield is actually a leftover Jolaran weapon. That's it. Yes, it was actually it's a stealth weapon, and all those bio drones too. Same thing. Maybe the Canada geese were also sent here by the Seri Republic to kind of keep tabs on the humans too. Well, and of course, all the critters in the sea, the Alchebans sent them to keep tabs on the humans. I'm thinking. Well, let's see if we have a wraithbird. We might end up with a wraithbird here, Valfira. But let's see what happens when all of this, the pink and the blues go away when we do our. It's not. It's almost like a wraithbird. That's kind of close. But look at how light the face got, and I think it's gonna be just like the painting was. Okay, now we can finally see it. You know what? Let's do the painting here. I don't think we had uh, a late stage film noir on this. Let's do a film noir on this here. Interesting. When you kill all of the orange and such that's in that background with the star, and now you bring that stuff back. Man, oh man. So that the ancient Welsh Landians, they go from planet to planet surface. They're like AC unit guys. They're like air conditioner guys. That's what they do. They go from planet to planet, installing anti-death orb shields. Yes, the Welsh Landic Heating and Air Conditioning Company. Let me do some of this in here. Now, so surface tension, I don't think I got a chance to set. Oh, here. If I include the link here, you'll be able to see it. Here is the link to the latest video. So this covers the Seri Republic. At least it should. That should be the right video there. That should that should cover these folks. And here. Ooh, yeah, a little bit of greeny going on the feathers there as well. Just raisins or raisins, either way. Well, Velfir, with the sculpt, it's bound to be different, right, than the painting. We don't mind a little bit of that surface tension. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So yeah, this also too. This is about 4 times the size. Yeah, her head in the painting is about the size of this beak. So that means that you're just going to see much more of the dark area there. The figure will probably be closer because again, this is, well, look at this. So the figure is probably going to be about the more like the painting because then it's like 1/3 the size of the head on the bust right there. Yeah, about 1/3 of the size. Let's do a little more light there. And again, we have other Seri Republic stuff that I have printed out. I think I've got 2 other miniatures that I printed out. One is an orator, the other one is a high counselor. I got 2 other miniatures I'll be printing out. One is actually kind of like a ceremonial guard. And the other is a scholar. Let me lighten up. Okay, good. We do have this light here. Yes, we do. So I can make this magenta a little lighter. A little bit lighter on the magenta here. And some of that magenta. And, let's lighten up this too, maybe. Well, we actually did get that pretty light. Not too shabby. Yeah, surface tension. You can sort of The get away with is kind of that's a little bit that's a bit of a harsh term, but that you can kind of get away with a little bit more with the bust because you don't have to worry about that whole the proportionality, right? You know, seven and a half heads for an entire body. Same thing here. Like with this one, the head would probably be a little bit, maybe a little bit smaller. If this were a full 75 mil fig, the shoulders would probably be 5 to 10% broader, maybe. Again, not precisely, but there would be a potential a teensy bit of a difference. A little bit of that magenta there. Let's get some lighter magenta on this too. But yeah, all the Cyberthurian stuff. I was trying to integrate more of the, because again, there was two stories to tell with those plinths. You're trying to tell you're trying to combine the ancient and the digital, whereas here, we're just telling one story. We're just telling Seri Republic. There we go. So yeah, that's why even with our Cyberthuria busts, it was a little bit different. Again, we could kind of get away with certain things as far as okay, making maybe the head's a little bit larger than it might be. It's really tough visually, Velfira, to compare when you don't have like the whole rest of the figure. So it's kind of it's a tough task, though, for it to kind of visually try and measure the two together. If you want to say that, I guess maybe that's the language we're looking for. That's a tough task. I'm gonna go even stronger with that magenta so that I can put some of that magenta on the surrounding gold. Speaking of magenta, get me a little more magenta here, because reasons. Where maybe we'll use that. It's more of a blending type brush. Whoops. There we go. If we reinstall some of our darks here, now we're starting to get the nice banding that we need. A little too high there. More, yeah, both of these areas I think are going to really stand out if we can get this reclaimed. Yes, indeed. Big old difference there. Yeah. Have we kind of circumnavigated? Nope, we have not quite circumnavigated our way all the way around this. Nope. Get more of that stuff on that brush. Now we've just about gone all the way around. Yeah, we'll do this here. Darken this up. We kind of have a whole bunch of the light there. Nope, too much of the thinner on there. I'm going to use this guy again. Do the smushy stuff here again. More smushy. More smushy. Just taking that brush and smushing some stuffs. Hey there, Batch Painter. Great to see you again. So, Batch Painter, you want to share some stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead. I hope that everything's been going fabulous. On the surface tension, speaking of sharing stuff, I know you've kind of been busy just a little bit, but if there's something you wanted to share, go ahead, do that surface tension. I'm pretty sure that you haven't had a chance to do that yet. Oh, by the way, we're still not 2 hours in. Yeah, this is 1 hour 50 minutes. That is it. That is how long we've been working on this here. 1 hour and 50 minutes. Well, and now a few seconds. Let me get that and a bit of light there. Catching more light here. Some more up on the top surface of this. Maybe not too light there. Don't mind me. I just stick my finger on that and do some blending there with it. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painted stuff there. So thanks, Batch Painter. Appreciate that. Here is, again, that's what we painted last night. Where's she at? There she is. So that was a little bit of flat Thursday, Friday. Right there. We got this, and of course, our next stream will be the figure version of that. We'll try to do a little bit of source lighty stuff. They're going to have a nice little blue lantern right there. Let's see. Wow, it is cooled down. It's actually 4 degrees cooler than when well, I guess it's 83.8 degrees in here. It was 87 when I started the stream. I do believe that 87 translates to what, about 31-ish Celsius, right? So Batch Painter, that is not, that is just actually, believe it or not, Batch Painter, that is my test print. Same thing with this. These are 1 of 1. So just like everything else, Batch Painter, I'm trying to, do the test prints, see how they work. There's some parts of that I'll definitely modify. So I'm going to go into Nomad Sculpt, and there's going to be some changes on some of the cloth bits here where they kind of connect. So we're going to make those thicker. And oh yeah, Batch Painter, that's a Nomad Sculpt. Holy smokes. It's 20 bucks forever. It's not like 20 bucks a month or 20 bucks a year. It's 20 bucks once. That's it. Works on the iPad. And because it's literally like you're just painting, because you are working right directly on the surface. What's hilarious, now of course it might have something to do with all the Cyberthuria stuff, but the tube tool is actually one of my favorite tools in Nomad Sculpt. Apparently there is nothing like that even in was it almost said XSplit, and what's your other one? Oh yeah, ZBrush. Yeah, even ZBrush doesn't have anything like that. Batch Painter here. Now this, I don't know if you saw the Patreon vid. This is our Alchiba species. Now this one, I've printed this several times successfully. Now bigger than this. I wouldn't really recommend too much smaller than that. But that one, I know that one works out pretty well. So was really pleased how that one printed out. And again, now I'm working on the Woden figures for an army painting series. And I'm not sure if you saw the other stream there, Batch Painter, where we were doing all the Earth small craft. We did, was it 7 of them, right, Valfera? The Argus, the Mastiff, the Tautatus, the Spectre, Electronic Warfare craft. We did another Triton class. Well, more the official gaming size of it. So yeah, Batch Painter been working really hard, just trying to again do all these test scopes, test prints here. The thing that has made it difficult is also trying to adapt at the same time to various resins and printer. So I'm trying to. There's part of me that goes, is that really the sculpt or is that just the resin? Is that really the sculpt or is that just the settings? Is that really the sculpt or was it just that the build plate is warped? And I still got to do that test, Valfera, to see if that build plate is warped. There has not been time to conduct said test. So there were 7 different, I think there were 6 different designs, 7 different craft. Because well, we did multiple. We did the Black Forest Squadron, and we did the Hellfire Squadron. Yeah, let's try to get a little bit more. And this, we're back to we don't actually have white on here. This again is back to more of a mix. This will get lighter though. There we are. Let's work our way down with some more of our light along the edge of this here. Come on. There we go. And again, Batch Painter, you want to share some stuffs in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Oh yeah. Let's get the edges of these guys here. All these edges up there too. Up there. And there. Lamo. Yep. More of it here. There we are. And that's kind of just mixing with what's already there. Stuff that's just hanging out there. No, I don't think so. Actually, might as well put that up there, Batch Painter. Because for some folks, maybe they didn't get to see it the first time, so might as well put that up there. So folks get a chance to see that. Now let us see. Sky blue. There's our Prussian blue. We have to start working on our gemstones here. We don't really have anything on them. Might even try to get some of that bluishness up in here. And then we'll maybe even try to drop some of that down into here. Hey there, Mango. How you doing? Thanks for joining us here, Mango the Hat. Appreciate that. Ooh, where's my... Is this the one I've been using? I think so. I think so. And again, we'll be painting the figure version of that, well, essentially later today. And I do believe, like 18.5 hours before I started this stream, we were finishing this stream right here. We painted this last night on stream. So again, that's the 2D version. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Batch Painter just put. Now, Batch Painter, I'm guessing you haven't had much time for streaming or anything like that. So Mango, it's really nifty, especially now that we've painted all of the ships for Seri Republic here. It's really neat to be actually getting to the figures now. And we're doing that with all of our different species. We're doing that with the Elchibans. I've got figures that I'm working on. This will be the Compass Rose crew. At least we're starting that way. But yes, indeed, we do have figures that we're working on for every single species. whether they're muskins. We'll definitely have to do a Buck Polaris figure, right, Camda? Oh, and Earl. Yes, we're gonna definitely have a Buck Polaris figure and Earl, of course. Can you imagine that stream, Valfera? Can you imagine how absolutely bonkers that stream is gonna be when we're painting figures of Buck Polaris and Earl? That is going to be next level bonkers. There we are. And again, we'll just kind of point out where they are in our universe. So yeah, the Great Union of New Terra right there, dead center off. To the left hand and lower side there is Seri Republic. Get a little bit of a look-see at what the home worlds are like. There's that ship you just saw. Right, you just saw that. We painted these three on stream. That's literally just a photograph of those three ships. And then we put one of the blue supergiant stars in the image. And here, of course, again, a little bit look into Seri Republic society, the architecture, the government, the ethos. Right, there's the ethos, and of course, here's some of the art and culture. So you've got there's the Wind Dancer in the center. You also have an orator, you have a scholar, you have an artisan, you have an actor. So all that, again, as part of our Compass Rose universe. And here we got the video that goes along with the Seri Republic right there. So that video kind of gives you a little bit more of the story. Yeah, vote for that. Is going to be epic, next level stuff. Just think of a miniature of Buck Polaris and, of course, a miniature of Earl. I mean, of course, they deserve... Well, there's probably a statue to him on Musca. And I think there's already a statue of Earl there. More of our... There we go. Yes, the most popular musician in all of known space. There we are. Let's get that lighter too. There we are. Some here. Oh, you know what? We could use a little highlight on the side of this. Yeah. Maybe some extra little light filtering down here. So batch painter, sorry that it's been a little bit too active there for you to be able to kind of keep rolling with all the stuff that you would want to do. Here's hoping that things kind of chill out, calm down, give you some time to actually catch a breath there, and get caught up on some stuff. So that's actually video number 4. Yeah, that's the 4th one. That is the 4th video. I started kind of working on the images and stuff for the video on the Woden. Good news is that's a much shorter video. It's like half the length of the Seri Republic one. The problem is it's much more complex, because some of the things that we're trying to show in that video, it's going to be really tough. So the animations, we don't necessarily do as many. It's just the problem is the animations will be really difficult to do by comparisons. Is it okay? That is pretty light. Oh yeah, see, we can, and this is still not even the fast matte white. We can still make even this can be lighter. A little lighter there, yep. Whoops, not that. This light. Bam. Take some of that excess away. Lighten up these feathers. Some more. So especially where they're going to be catching light, we should do that. More here, along the edge of that. There. So we also, and again, I have to start printing out Jolarin ships, the Ballisteri ships. We've got Moskin ship. Do we have our little test print of those? Yeah, well, these are the Chetzok Alliance ships right here. 1 second. So we got to be printing out more of those. Yeah, here, let me ooh, not with that much paint sitting on that brush, we're not. Much better. So yeah, remember what I was saying earlier on when I first grabbed this here brush, you got to kind of break them in a little bit. Well, that's what we had to do here. We even had to kind of cut a little bit of stuff off the end of it to make it work the way we needed. Another one of our fabulous not sable brushes, all synthetics, all they're Woden brushes. There you go, Camda. Yes, all of our brushes here are Woden. They're all synthetic. Oh yeah, and also too, I've had a couple of people say, "Oh, that would be really cool. I just want to be downloaded like that too." It's like, well, the download process, not super pleasant, not super fun. About 5% of the people don't survive it. It's kind of like, it feels a little bit like what Denethor did at the end of the, at the end of his time in Minas Tirith there. It's a little bit like that. You set yourself on fire and jump a couple thousand feet. That's kind of what it feels like. So not everybody is a big fan of the download stuff. And a couple people say, "Oh, that'd be really cool. I'd like to do that for me." And saying, "Well, have fun, enjoy." In this universe, there are no free lunches. It depends on what their calorie count is there. Ooh, let me get... There we are. I think I did this on the other side. Yeah, see, I sort of did this on the other side. We need a little... Do we need to make this... Okay, I'm going to try to make you a little lighter here. Same deal on the other side. A smidge a little lighter right there. A little bit more over the top of that. And there we go. Okay. How's about we make you... Let me turn this over here. These guys a little bit lighter right in here. Never did get the lightest light on these feathers here. Makes a difference. Yep, we got a bunch of these little guys to do here. And that might still come... You know, I am going to do that. Let me grab... That's some of our... Not Van Dyke Brown, that's really more of an umber there. We don't want it to be too dark. Kind of sketch out a few more of these feathers here. And I get like this one here. Yeah, there we are. That should be interesting there. Well, good luck there, surface tension, and hopefully you can survive without the anti-death orb shield in place. Now I'm kind of backfilling here a little bit on the largest feathers, trying to do this little spine that goes down the central part of it. Not super dark. Just a little something something there. So let's just here get a little bit of smoothing on that, and of course the bottom of the beak. We need to do some sort of reflected light under there. Let me see how this might work. Actually, maybe I'll just use this. That does make it a little lighter, I have to say. Speaking of a little lighter, I will maybe take... Nope, that's too much of the yellow. Too much of the yellow. Let me try this. That was probably the better choice, I think. Yeah. And then we're starting to get a little bit closer to a Cinco Dos here, Camden. But we missed Cinco Uno. We don't want to miss a Cinco Dos. I think we're about 10 minutes away, 11-ish minutes away. Oh, how's about? I think we were doing this on the other side. Yeah, look at that. I think I might have actually hit some of that when I was doing this cloth stuff. Might have gotten some. Oh, speaking of which, that's too late. Let's tone you down just a tiny bit. Pretty much the lightest blue that we're gonna do on you there. Maybe a little more thinner. Right along that nice cascade. There's, but we make this a little lighter too. Oh yeah. Maybe we can get some of that on the magenta there. Gotta get some of that up here. Nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, I'm sure fabulous bakery run has been achieved. There will be more, I think, potential bakery runs here once the air conditioner arrives, and also too the shopping bags that allow for cold goods to be preserved even when we're walking back from the store on a toasty day. So Doji, why don't you share some fabulous oil painting stuff there? And hopefully the 1-to-1 scale terrain project is moving on along so that you can get to smaller scale terrain projects, right? Here, let me use this as a bit of a blending brush. There we go. Now pretty soon, I think we're going to start shifting over towards something that's a bit more on the lighter magenta side, like maybe right now. I'm going to do that. Steal some of that, maybe more of that weight here. Now it's pretty light. That is a nice light magenta. That will start going in. Got some parts of our cloth here. There probably won't be as much of this dramatic magenta and such on the figure itself because, well, we don't have these bits of fabric here on the figure version. Come on. There we are. Lighten you up too. There. And this is quinacridone magenta here. Don't know if you've had a chance to check out all of the cobalt teal bluish goodness on the Alchiba bust. Actually, I will in a second when we go refresh the medicine. I'm actually going to be checking on that print just to make sure. That one's like a 12-hour one, and that's on Saturn. That is good. That's an extensive print right there. I want to say it's about 10 to 15%, maybe 10% at least bigger than the one that we painted for the tutorial video. You know what? Here, let me sneak in. Little magenta right there. Ah, there it is. There it is. A 100 stream streak for Doji. Let me see if we can find this thing here. There it is. A little hype stream there for Doji, 100. I know it's a little bit hard to get to all the streams there, right, Doji? Hopefully you can kind of catch the replay of them there to keep the streak going. I think that's how it works, right, Doji? So appreciate you doing that. And again, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff. Yeah, Doji, after Gen Con, it's going to be, once you get into late August, early September, that's going to be non-stop one-to-one scale terrain projects here. There will be many of them to do. But none of those are going to happen till after Gen Con, that's for sure. Let me see if I can go a little. Yes, I can. Just go a bit light. That's about as light as I can go with the magenta right there. I appreciate you being here, Doji. Not sure if Saturday's going to have the earlier start. Things always just kind of depend on what's going on. It kind of depends when some stuff shows up tomorrow. Well, later today. That'll have a big impact on it. I want, that didn't quite go exactly where we needed it. We gotta make an adjustment later. Some feathery things over here too. There we are. Nope. I'll just wait. Again, when we come back from doing our little refresh on the medicine, we'll also maybe, well, I mean, it is 2 hours in, so fast matte white is on the menu. So yes, in a little bit, we'll break out the fast matte white. That'll really, I mean, you think the feathers are light now, they can be that much lighter. Okay, I thought there was a big old clump on the end of the brush. This is very much a cool yellow here. Yes, yellows can be warmer or cooler, just like reds can be warmer or cooler, just like blues, greens. But all the colors can be warmer or cooler. This is just, again, almost like a bluish yellow. Again, it's shifted away from the red, which just visually makes it look like a cooler color. There's, again, almost a hint of bluishness in it. So we only got about 3-ish, not even 3 minutes to go, Camden, for a fabulous Cinco Dos. How's about we get, there we are. We're missing a little bit of our light up in there too. Let's get that going. Spread this to either side. We kind of started out with some of our green there. Look, yeah, we started with some of our green there. Trying to soften that a little bit. See, there we go. Look at that. Taking some of the edge off of it. Spread it out here a little more. Nice to see you again there, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, I think I sent you the link to the new video. If I didn't, I'll kind of do that again, and I'll also make sure I sent you as much of the Woden stuff as I could. I know there's a bunch of that you can see. Is that okay? That'll work. So yeah, look at how rough that is. Remember, we did that. Yeah, look at that. That's why I said is, or I should have said was. That was rough. That is not rough anymore. There we are. Yeah, I'm going to try and smush me in a little bit more of this. Again, over here is where we had some, remember we got some of the greenish stuff in there. Just trying to do some kind of reflected light here, maybe. A little bit of that. So we got ourselves about 30 seconds there, Camda. Again, Cinco Dos means nothing. Yeah, for some reason, we are entirely fascinated by, just like Cinco Tres. You know what? We got some of that to add down in here too. So that's it. So I'll send you the all the Woden, all the different sculpt concepts there. But yeah, that's all about the birdies. That's all about our birdies. I need a little teensy bit lighter. So there it is, Cinco Dos, 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. Camda's got it marked. See, it's official, right, Camda? Yeah, there's no stoppage time here. The clock just keeps on counting. There ain't no stoppage time. Do we have it here? Yes, we have it now. I'm gonna. Well, that's still the phthalo green, the Gamlin phthalo green. That is not Alkyd phthalo green. That just happens to be out there. From did you see the link to this video, Grand Oracle? I sent this out today. Let's grab this. And that really made a big difference, again, with all of getting the greens in there and some of the additional darks, because that was not there before any of the circuitry. And don't be surprised if that's a 4-episode arc. That might just be 4 episodes. Part of it is there's some stuff it just has to be dry. Ooh, there we go. A little bit of that green in there. Like we were talking, and I'm going to do that down here. So instead of it just being a darker brown or darker orangey stuff, whatever, actually got some green now in there. Carry this out a little further there. Okay, there we go. Nope. I'm gonna try working another little sneaky cheeky here. This too. Some green there. I might even use a smaller brush. We'll use this guy here. So you can see we got that weird little hard line in there. If we do this, and we're not doing this straight up and down. Well, looky there. Not such a hard edge anymore. And guess what? We're gonna reverse. Do the same thing. Now I guess there's a nice little something in there, but not too intense. Another one. There. So I get a big old blob. All of this is wet paint. All I have to do is just a little tap here. Looky there. Just gotta make sure there is certainly no cleaner or thinner or anything like that on the brush. Now we got ourselves a nice little soft edge that's just been added in there. Now what I might, let me try, is got some of our umber here. Trying to get rid of a little bit of the graininess there. Just kind of go over the top of it. There we go. Now, so Grand Oracle might have made some progress on the Saturns. Change the thickness of the supports when I'm working on them in Chidu, and that seemed to actually make a big difference in the print. Instead of the supports being like titanium girders, these were way easier to deal with. So, but yet they still have the support. We'll see if that works for other sculpts. We won't know till we do other sculpts, but I'll certainly give it a try. Oh, look at that. I will do that in a few more places. Again, that's mostly the umber. A little bit of the Indian yellow. Two very translucent colors getting mixed together. And by translucent, I mean like super translucent colors. Very warm colors. So yeah, Grando, I printed out a larger version of this. And this one, I mean, even as I was painting that, I was still trying to pull off support nubs there. The new one, which again is about 12% larger, almost just like fell away from the supports. I almost didn't have to do anything. And I'm like, well, that's good nose, right, Camda? That was very good nose. I shall darken that. Oh yeah, that just got a little too light, a little too fast. Now, Grand Oracle, do you have any kind of historical events in the next month-ish or so? Next 4-6 weeks, maybe? Or maybe not too much until, say, more like October? And that's that. Geez, that's right, Grand Oracle. Once again, glad that the Hagiers has really kind of come up aces there. That's worked out super well, and that's fantastic. Glad that's worked out good. This right here, it's like our own homemade asphaltum there. We took the Mars black, mixing it with the Indian red. Now we're getting somewhere. Extra little darks in here. Oh, definitely up here. No, over here. Not sure what's happening all the way down in the shadow areas on those. Let's see how that plays out. There is almost a little bit of the indigo in this too, as far as making it darker. Yeah, a little cleanup job on the perimeter of this. There too. That's that one. That sounds like a raucous. You need to have the sea shanties playing in the background there, Grand Oracle, for sure. And that, oh yeah, was it Family Classics that had the Moby Dick there? Lake Thermid Woofer posting all the linkies there, the Instagrams, the Patreon page, and again, one of the most recent videos here, we were just showing this little bust right here, just like this. Is one of my homebrew sculpts, and this is a whole other species that I'm working on. I've got, I think, 5 different figures. There's a, well, basically the equivalent of a wind dancer. There's a coral gardener, and lots of fun little basing bits. I could see them getting very temperamental there, Grand Ogre, very temperamental. A little dark, and maybe not that much. Let me take this, and then take some of that away. There we are. I might even, too much texture there. That might almost be too much now. I might here try to do the some of the spines on our feathers here. And yeah, Camdo, that's one of the first things. Well, when I, again, to refresh that medicine, then we come back. We are going to get that fast mat weight out here, and what's like this right here, that can definitely be later. All of this can certainly be later. For the moment, doing the darker stuff here, though. So now we've been doing this 2 hours, 32 minutes. Ooh, we did get some of our dark in here. Yeah, we already did that. I'm going to change this here. Let me maybe just get this brush out of harm's way here. Get this, because this over here, maybe do blue. Yeah, here, sky blue. I mean, it's okay if we got a little bit of the magenta in there. Come on, push that a little further in. Get a little bit of that reflecting there too. So see you later there, Doji. See you later. And I'm glad you could hang out as long as you were able to there. Yeah, always appreciate you being here. Yep, that definitely helped. Now in here, I need another little interrupt one. Maybe I do another one of these green ones here. I'm not so sure that one's going to be soft enough, but let's see what that will do for you. Yeah, it's soft enough. Again, all this is, we're just kind of dragging that around. That's all we're doing. Now again, what we're going to do is I'm going to just go get myself get a little bit more of my medicine, and I think we'll stick with our little Great Union of New Terra presentation here. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. as mentioned, fast mat white time. This right here. Oh, look, we actually got ourselves a little place for it up here. Let's do that. And this should make a big difference. Again, all those, like the super duper highlights on the feathers there. That should make a big difference. Okay, brushy, brushy, brushy. Was it this one? Nope, it's this one. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. So happy Saturday there, Neshlin. Appreciate you being here. Now you can see, I think even here, just the fast mat white really was able to get some nice juicy bright highlights in there. So here's hoping that Saturday is off to a fabulous start for you there, Nishlin. Man, that already is lighter. How's about we welcome in Arid? Nice to see you there, Arid. Now, Arid, did you actually do a Thursday stream? I swear that you did a Thursday stream too. Everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. And of course, Arid, why don't you post that Pinterest link there in the chat? And of course, Arid Canwife does fabulous jewelry. So yeah, I could swear I saw you doing the live thing on Thursday. I know that used to be your stream day on Thursday. I know then it changed to the Friday, Saturday. Looky here. This is our fabulous Seri Republic. We're doing our first bust, which looks quite similar to the painting that we did last night. There's the bust. Now let's get the figure that we're going to do on our next. You're going to stream on Saturday too, right? Later today, Arid? Look at this. So we're going to be painting this later today. And going to look a whole lot like that. That's what I thought. I thought it was a cooking stream. I thought it was. So again, everybody please give Arid Canwife a follow. Now, we've also, in addition to our figures and such, we've also been painting a whole bunch of the Seri Republic ships. We did a whole entire fleet of these. Look at this here. We've even got here's the troop transport with our nifty little, look at this, little drop ships. See these 6 guys here? That's actually one of these. And of course, everybody, please check out the Pinterest link that Arid Canwife just shared in the chat. Again, here's another bust from our fabulous Compass Rose universe. We were painting up some of these. We did like 7 different types of battlecraft for the Great Union of New Terra on our Monday stream. We'll kind of take you through who these folks are. There you go. In the lower left-hand corner, there's the Seri Republic. It's a little bit like what their homeworlds look like. That ship that you saw earlier, look at that. Here it is in flight. We painted these 3. Oh, look at, see, there's the troop transport, the battleship, the battle cruiser, right there. Here's a little, again, peek into what their society is like. Here's their architecture. As you see, the government with the 12 perches. So sort of again, it's each perch is represents a different aspect of governance. This is their ethos: low thought, middle thought, and high thought. And here's their culture. Yeah, look at that. There's our wind dancer right there in the center. We've got a scholar. We've got an artisan. We have an orator. So again, that's all part of our Seri Republic society there. So everybody check out the again, the Pinterest link that Arid Canwife just shared. You got yourself kind of caught up a little bit with, again, what it is that we're working on here. And again, everybody please give Arid Canwife a follow. I'm sure that the dogs went absolutely bonkers for the cooking stream there, Arid. So more painting from Arid Canwife on Saturday. And again, everybody please give Arid Canwife a follow. And of course, many thanks for the raid, Arid. Oh, what are we like? We're not quite 3. So we're 2 hours, 41 minutes in. And this had no paint on it at all. Less than 3 hours ago, we were just getting started on that really look at that little bit over where that really stands out on some of these feathers here. I mean, it really has to be quite the delicacy for him, right, Arid? Now, so Arid, yeah, as far as a certain critter that likes to show up when it's not his season, yeah, had to get basically a new air conditioner. Waiting on that to show up at some point later today. Hopefully, hopefully there has not been quite so much of that mischief there. Yeah, it is cooled down to 83 degrees in this room. It was 87 when I started the stream. Oh, you would think that we would get some help with our Seri right here with the rabbit hunting there. So yeah, and of course, would have been neat to get one during the Prime Day stuff, but well, we got that other device which had its own mischief. Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that nice little extra bit of light here on the top with these feathers. Makes that stand out very nicely. A little bit more up here, and again, we'll be painting the figure on our next stream. That's basically 75 mil scale, or size, not scale, but size. The scale would be somewhere, not 1/10, 1/12 scale, maybe, I guess. Might be. See you in a little bit there, Arid. See you in a bit. Hopefully it's a nice walk with the hounds there. I'm sure they'll like it. Although they're probably going to want some more of those treats again as soon as it's over. Because it's not like they would ever be demanding, right, Arid, at all. That would never happen. That never ever happens with pets. Couple little extra lights in there, and then we're also gonna do. We're gonna be bringing in some more reflected stuff here on these surfaces. Let me try to get a little something here. Just gonna drop that on there. Now we will take another brush. Whoops, that's got paint on it. Take one that does not have paint on it, like this here guy. Now you can see we got this kind of like a big old hard edge right there. Well, if we do this, all of a sudden, well, look at that. That just got all that softer now, didn't it? Nice to see you there, Artemichael. Hey, Artemichael, why don't you share? Why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? Now, Artemichael, do you have the, well, speaking of mosquitoes the size of eagles, with all the, all the moisture and everything, there's a lot of mosquitoes here. Oh man, there's a whole bunch of mosquitoes here. So I would imagine up there's also plenty of mosquitoes there. Yeah, that almost sounds like it's something that would go good with some nacho cheese, but no, mosquitoes do not. And oh man, you could just see them flying around. And this wasn't, we're not talking like right at sunset or something. This was maybe 6:40. I mean, I realize it's not June 20th, but still, 6:40 is potentially 2 hours away from sunset, and those skeeters were already out. You might even say they were out and they were looking for blood. I figured out there, Artemichael, that again, they probably have to be the size of small aircraft. More of our yeah, here. So we got Might have to come back with the Indian yellow here in a sec. Couple little highlight type things here. Then I might just have to come back in with maybe a little bit some Indian yellow here to really juice up some of the highlights there. What is happening here along our plinthi here? We got to do some smoothie here. Let's do some smoothie. Also some lighter edges. All the way across there. Can push it this away. Now let me try doing that. A little further down here. Same deal here. Yeah, that's and now again we're going to try to get yeah, see in here we got a whole lot of nothing. We were doing this in some of the other spots. See see these? We got to do some of those little interrupts down in there. And we got this. See, we kind of do a little bit of smushy right there. We're doing oil paints. We're doing oil paints. All this is essentially wet into wet. There was no zenithal. There was none of that kind of stuff. We're just direct to painting. That's all it is. Some violet here. Nope. I'm gonna go that magenta. Oh, that might just work. Yes, it does. Yeah. Okay. It is just dark enough and also is just the right amount of thinner. There you go. Look at it. So this is getting a little bit, a little less ragged right here. There's a little raggedy Andy right there. We'll solve that issue. Oh, much better, much better. Yep. All right. Look at that. So we don't quite have all of the irregular shapes there. Let's take a little bit of our Indian yellow here as we welcome in Isidore. Isidore, how are you doing? How's about everybody? Give Isidore 27 a follow. So Isidore, you know what you gotta do. You gotta share some stuffs in the chat. Everybody again, please give Isidore 27 a follow. So Isidore, I hope that the stream was fabulous. I'm sure that it was. Now Isidore, I think you might have had a chance to see what we were doing last night on the stream. Looky here. Some Seri Republic art. It goes, where's our landscape? Well, as we like to call them, right, Isidore, a space landscape. So again, there's a little bit of the home world, more of the home world. Hey there, Karat, how you doing? Thank you so much, or Kare. Now here's let's see, what, 2 hours, 50 minutes ago, we started on this. Look what's going to happen on our next stream. Look at that, 75 mil fig, and it's going to look an awful lot like this. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That's going to be super fun. So Isidore, again, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat? Here's again, just some of the ships from these same folks right here, the Seri Republic ships, all painted on stream, by the way. Yep, paint them all on stream. And of course, this was another fun bus, another species that is part of our universe. All these are sculpts that I made myself. These are the Alchibans here. And again, here's our Great Union map. There they are, down in the lower left-hand corner. Again, there's the home worlds. These are 3 ships that we painted on stream, and I just kind of animated them with one of the blue giants in the background. More of the birdies. More of the architecture. The 12 perches, basically their government there. And that is their ethos. Low thought, middle thought's pretty much day-to-day existence, and then of course high thought, and all about the art and culture here. You see the Wind Dancer right there in the center. We've got the Orator, the Scholar, the Artisan. And this video right here also kind of gives you a little bit of an insight into their society here. There you go. So check that out. Oh, we even have, that's right, I forgot we got these. I forgot all about this. Look at this. There's a whole, so look, there's the Area Academy. Yeah, so that's all about the Seri Republic there. Ah, okay. Well, thank you so much. Again, thanks for being here with the raid there, Garrett. Appreciate that. We're doing all oil paints here. I'm sure Isidore lets you know all about that. Everybody, again, Isidore, please go ahead and post some linkies there. Now, oh, look at this, Isidore. You haven't seen this yet. Unless you saw the tutorial videos. There's our Cyber Morgan Le Fay. That's after part 2. We'll hit part 3 probably this week. And here was this one. I think you might have even had a chance to see part of this stream. So that is the corrupted version of Lady of Shalott there with the screens. I still want to get, I think I still want to get some of that clear resin on there. I think that can make those look very interesting. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Isidore posted. So Isidore, oh geez, Isidore, what were you working on during the stream there, of course? Oh, look at that. Really changes that now. Oh yeah, over here, same deal, look at this. And that's just some super translucent Indian yellow. Very, very translucent, and it's almost, we like to call it a dry glaze. That's as much just about, see how we're kind of smoothing some things out. We're going to do, I think, a similar thing right here. Yep, look at that. It's going to just smooth some of that out. There you go. Well, oh geez, happy birthday there, Isidore. Happy birthday. Do we actually have, oh, wait a minute, wait. I thought we had ourselves a, oh yeah. There you go. Happy birthday to Isidore. There it is. I knew we had one somewheres. So happy birthday to Isidore there. And again, there's a little bit, teensy bit of that Indian yellow. And again, all of this, as this is all wet into wet here. Very much wet into wet. We're going to do, look at same deal up here. Now, we don't want to kill all some of the magenta that's bouncing in here. We might also get some more of our magenta down there on our little gold reflections. Here we are. And now, 4th of July, we did end up doing this. So that was our 4th of July stream right there, the Constitution versus Guerriere. Oh, yeah. Right in there. Also, yep. See how that it's about tinting this. Like here we got kind of a bit of nothing. Now we got a little something. There was nothing there. Now we got ourselves something. And might do a little bit more blue in here too. Again, trying to create that, just a little bit underpainting kind of a motif. Yeah, like that. Now up here on the beak, the eye. We did a little bit of this before. We actually mixed a little of our orange in there. Oh, you know what? Nope, not the right one. This one. So let's take, here we are. That, and now the Indian yellow. To right in here. Kind of tint. Is that too much of the liquid? No, it's not too bad. That'll be all right. Ooh, there we go. Tinting that also kind of softens that. That was a little bit too hard of an edge right at the bottom of that. Might do a little more light to at the bottom part of the eye. Yeah, this is another one that needs some of the orange in here. Also, over here. Yeah, okay. Now I might, let me see what happens with a little bit of the lighter magenta stuff here. See if this will work. Quinacridone magenta. Hopefully it's not too light. I mean, easy enough to change if it is. Bingo. So the different brands, Williamsburg, Windsor, Newton, Gamblin. We don't have any Richardson out here. We do have the Paul Rubens for sure. And the Paul Rubens, again, those are the ones you can get on Amazon. Strongly recommend that you just kind of wait for the like an Amazon Prime Day sale or something, because there you can get the whole shoot match for $63. Considering they're 50 mil tubes, that is not nothing. Now we're getting there. Okay, that's also going to get a little bit of more serenity in the expression here. Yeah, a little more serenity. That's what we're looking for. I've been waiting a little while to do this. One more hit. Right here. Yeah, and the whole idea again is to make that seem a little less stern. I mean, again, being a wind dancer and all, not really not out to be doing some hunting or something like that. And again, if you check out that video that I posted, that will kind of give you a little bit more of an insight into what the Seri Republic is like. They come from an area of space called the Valley of the Giants, which just means the stars have a tendency to be blue supergiants, red giants, that sort of thing. Betelgeuse, Rigel, those type of stars. And as you saw, they have their sky cities. And that video again, if you look at that, it'll give you a bit of insight into their culture, their thinking, what their worlds are like. So yeah, definitely liking the magenta that's in there. I'm gonna actually take, believe it or not, I got some of this. That's actually some green right there. That's gonna go on. Oh yeah, I can see that. A little bit of phthalo green, kind of a muddy phthalo green happening there. Now it is time to work some of that even into the feathers here, trying to get as kind of maximize all the different colors is going in here. Possibly even up here too. Instead of just the brown, it's like, okay, yeah, feathers got some umber, brown, ochre in the shadow areas, yay, whatever. But if you have a little bit of green in there, that really does enhance the interest in the shadows. Just like in here, if you see in some of the shadow areas, what you actually see is magenta, right? And some, like over here, and there's actually some green in that shadow area as opposed to the blue and cyan that's up here. Just as a fun little, we just like to call those color surprises, even on even this. You see that side's more of a greenish tint, got almost like a reddish tint going on over there. That's what makes it a little more interesting than if it was just, well, various shades of yellow. It'll read as value and transition and all that kind of stuff, but not really, not gonna keep the observer observing for very long. They'll look at it, say, all right, and then kind of move on. The whole point of all these little extra little color like this here, see that's some green? That's going to make those feathers more interesting than if it was just, again, more, okay, fine. Some more brown, some more tan in the shadow areas. More of that up here, yeah. And there's also a bit of a mid-tone. I don't want to say we're trying to lighten the shadow areas at all, but trying to make that a little bit less harsh, because we got so much with the really light colors here. It's real easy for any kind of shadow area to end up like super harsh, like a massive transition of light to dark in a real short space. Which with feathers, I mean, if they're supposed to be kind of almost white, that might be a little bit too hefty of a transition. A little too much, a little too fast. Now what we will do here, you know what, I'm going to go more towards the sky blue. Let's do that. Bit more to sky blue here on this, and that's basically reflecting this straight on down. And since all of this is wet, nice and easy to do this wet into wet blending here. And it's blending blue into our tan / gold. It's not really turning to green. Part of that is we were patient enough. We weren't hasty. We were not hasty little hobbitses. Took our time, built this up, and basically moved on to other areas. Now in here, I think instead of more light, I think more dark might just be what we need. I've got this violet here. Yeah. Sometimes you're just gonna make stuff darker, like here. Yeah, that's a better plan. That is a much better plan. And again, thanks to Ear to Canwife, thanks to Isidore doing the raid things. So typically Monday, we call that Armada Mondays. We are painting something that has to do with ships. It could even be something that has to do, I don't know, let's say 1800 scale World War II ships, or perhaps ships of sail, like that. Thursday again tends to be the flat art. Here's some of our Cyberthuria stuff. Again, all painted on our flat Thursdays. Then when we get down to Friday, Saturday, that's when we start painting things again, like the busts, like the miniatures. Not always large scale. Sometimes they're more gaming size. We needed some of that violet here too, and we're going to start to also, we haven't really done much on these in a while. Time to start getting some stuffs on these. There's again some violet that makes some of the magenta stand out. This is not Egyptian violet. This is just regular old dioxazine violet. That's it. Not the special stuff or the expensive stuff, I guess we should call it. With oils, special generally also has an equal sign, with expensive on the other side of the equal sign. As in, I don't know, I think Egyptian violet might be a Series 5 Williamsburg, which is Series Ouch. Right, Recoil, how you doing? So yeah, Recoil, it was really fun to get the Seri Republic video done. Very different feel from the other ones, right, Recoil? Not quite as much stuff going boom in that video. gonna, you know what? I'm gonna, speaking of a little bit of color difference here. How's about we get some violet? We were just putting some green in there. Well, guess what? When you combine green and violet, you get yourself gray. Only a more interesting gray. So recoil, just a little bit ago, I want to say about an hour ago, we were, we were talking about what would the reaction be if this were a bust of either Buck Polaris or Earl. Can you imagine what the reaction is going to be like? What in the world is that? So I think we'll do the miniatures of them because it'll be easier to understand who they are and what they are if we have miniatures of them. That's probably something that's going to have to wait until, again, after Gen Con. But a genuine Buck Polaris sculpt is going to be absolutely bonkers. I'm going to try and get me a little bit. Ooh, here, let's see if we can get a little upturn there. We can. Yeah, I think we've kind of mellowed out the expression also to I might. Yep, I'm going to take a little more of that away, and now it looks more like what we got over there. So great to see you again there, Recoil. Here, let's create a bit more. Yeah, this. Now, you know what? I will get a little more light on the underside here of the gemstones. Yeah. Not too much of this thinner, though. Alright, I might... No, it's not too light. Okay. We still need to go a little bit... let me do that. Okay. Now, we do have our fast matte way here, so that might just be enough to lighten that. Like so. Bingo. Like you were saying there, Recoil, and it's not like you had to wait 20 years for those prices to kind of go up to increase resale value either, right? Yeah, those, here's hoping that there's a nice little payday that comes from that. I see I need to get some more of the darks back there too. One more hit of some... Whoa, not that much. There's way too much paint on that brush. Now that's better. Come on, right at the bottom. There we are. And... square off some of the ends of this here. Our little gemstone. That way. Yeah, and then we did get the later sort of fabric color there. Let me go back to that darker violet like we were doing before on the front. We will do that down here. So 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 48 seconds ago, we had no paint on this at all. There was no gold, there was no magenta, no feathers, no metals here. There was a whole bunch of nothing. I'm going to try and darken this down a little now. We will take, yep, that's basically a paint-free brush here. And we're going to do a little bit of our tap, tap, tap here. Bring this down. So again, that kind of starts to create that little bit of the sharper edges that you need for a metallic or a gold-ish or whatever, any kind of shiny appearance. You will need that. That's dark here, yeah. Do that up here. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Blending brush. Smooth that out. Now under here, we don't have much in it. Let me get the paint out of this first. Now under here, we don't have a whole lot of anything. I might start with some darker stuff. Let me do that first. When in doubt, make things darker. So we'll take the blue, we'll take the violet, we'll mix them together. And we'll do this. Maybe get some of that over here too. Some more. Oh yeah, down in here we don't have much in the way of color. I might even, here, let me grab a little bit of this magenta in there. Oh yeah. That was essentially just gray. We needed something besides just gray back in there. That's better. Also, I'm going to try and basically again dry brush some of that into there. I'm gonna try something cheeky here. I don't know if this is quite the right value, but see how that's kind of turned into a little teensy tiny filbert brush there. Ooh, look at that. That is like right next to our gold there, and but not turning green. Why? Because that gold's at just enough time to set. Is it dry? Nope, not dry. Doesn't have to be dry. But look at that. We've got right in between there. So we got some of this now starting to reflect over there. That is super nifty. See, another little shot of it there. See, magenta, then sort of a neutral brown, then the blue, then more of the yellow over there. Let me see. I think that's where we might go with some more of the green in there too. I think I will clear some of that out of the brush. This is back to our lighter bluish color here. Yeah. Now up here. A little bit, there's some light there too. Can you, oh, now you can't. I just had to tilt that a little bit more so you could see that. I won't take, no, you got too much stuff on there. A whole collection of these. These are just little craft brushes right here. So there you go, one happy choice. All our brushes are just synthetics. The only brush that is in any way, shape, or form expensive, and we're talking maybe $5, that would be this guy. Short liner brush. Everything's synthetic. Gave up on sable brushes a long time ago. Many years ago. The synthetic's just a whole lot more consistent, a whole lot less expensive, and a whole lot more rugged. Now, of course, with the oil paints, we're not using tons of thinner, and it's also really high quality stuff. Here you go. Here it is. And of course, the amount of it that we would use is literally just a water bottle cap. I mean, that's it. That's what we're using for there. That little water bottle cap. No big jar of it by or anything like that. If you're painting a house or something, okay, maybe. I've painted an entire wall, a mural. It was what, 130 something inches by 96 inches, and I had maybe a container about this much. Yeah, that's about how much thinner I had for painting a gigantic, again, a 100 and something by 90 something inch wall. That was it. So I think for a miniature, may not need as much. Just throwing that out there. Might go a little lighter with this here. There we are. Ooh, yeah. And then that's it. Go over here. So again, we have the kind of a magenta slash violet goes into that sort of a bluish color. You got that same kind of theme working out elsewhere. No, I need more of the magenta here. Let's go back to our lighter magenta. I'll break this down a little bit to reactivate it. Now we're talking in here. That was a little too. Everything there's pretty much the same value. Also, not a whole bunch of color there. I think you can see we're just kind of doing that via a dry. I got 2 fingers on this brush. That's it. So yeah, batch painter, the key thing was these 2 areas here. We added those 2 bits of light, and that really added a bit of serenity to the expression. A little less Hunter Stern type expression, a little more serenity to it. But I had to wait to do that. Could not be hasty, right? Batch painter, don't be hasty. And again, batch painter, if you wanted to share some linkies there in the chat, please go ahead. Now this is kind of going back to more of a mid-range, and also a bit more towards the violet. Less towards the magenta, more towards the violet. Maybe we'll use this here again, just as a blending brush. There's no, well, now there's paint on there. Same deal here. So I'm going to soften the edge of that a little bit more. Definitely some high thought, some highbrow stuff there, Camden. Very highbrow. Very highbrow. Actually, Camden, remember the comedy that we were talking about? There's a part of me that desperately wants to animate that little comedy sketch. What was this? I even had given the professor a name, Camden. Like Professor Starchfeathers or something like that. We gave him a kind of a funny name. And he was going to be, again, trying to teach that class with the puppets and stuff. And, yes, actually, I saw a couple of comedy routines, and that's actually something that happens a lot in those comedy routines. It's like, it actually just, it happens to them, and they end up ad-libbing probably for like the next 15 minutes or so. So if that actually accidentally makes a comedy sketch more funny, think of what it's going to do to something that was never intended to be a comedy sketch. And I think those should just be like little 1.5, 2-minute things or something like that. That would be absolutely bonkers. I'm pretty sure most sci-fi universes don't have that level of comedy, right? Recoil. Or any at all, pretty much. I'm going to try to lighten this up a touch more here. Yeah. Let me do that. No, no, no. Let me take this. Let me get rid of all that lighter opaque stuff. I'm going to take... Going back to the Indian yellow here. And then also, remember the umber. Remember the umber. It is also another translucent color. Yeah, that was a little too... That was like all the same value right there. We had to cut down some of that. We had to cut some of that down. More of that again. That's a translucent color. What that can go right over the top of that, and it just tones it down enough. Now we still do have our fast matte white out here. We're starting to run a little bit lower on that now. Yeah, there was ventriloquist I've seen for many years, and that puppet, it didn't just fall out of it, it went flying. I mean, it literally flew 4 or 5 feet. I don't know what the heck happened. It was not intentional at all, but it completely changed the sketch. I mean, they basically tore up all the material and went in a whole different direction with it. There we are. See a little bit. Well, look at that's nice and light. I think we did get pretty light right here. Not sure if that was fast matte white. Right, but it's gonna be now. No, we pretty much had gotten that there. Okay, we'll move over here now. Okay. It does make me feel less bad there, Camden, when I fumble the... remember that Seri figure that I dropped, and of course it landed on the most fragile part instead of the giant solid base? Yeah. I don't feel so bad, because I didn't do that in front of like several thousand people. Extra bit of light right there. Gotta do that here on our magenta. Yeah, there we go. Welcome back there, Irid. So now, Irid, well, if you wanted to share the link again, you want to share the link again, you can. Because, well, Isidore brought some close friends, so there's more folks here. So if you want to, again, share some stuff, please go ahead. Thank you so much, Rams. Appreciate that. Yes. Me and Goy here are dating. It's a thing. Just, you know what? He wants to have a word with you. He's like, yeah, I don't want to have a word with him. Well, Gandalf never usually gets out of here quite that fast. That was quite the exit there for Gandalf. Let's see if Ramsey can get... Well, that was close. It's 2/3 of a 6. We kept getting half of a 6 on the last stream. Like half a 6, over and over. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Eric and I have just shared. Although, that's the worst. Oh, here we go. So, no arms. He's like, well, I would be okay with no arms if he would at least gave me wings. It's like, yeah, what's up with this guy? Yeah, that's very grumpy Gandalf with no arms. He gets very jealous when any bust actually has arms. Yes, no arms. No arms on this one, no arms on Gandalf. Come on, a little bit. A little more like. There we go. And now, yeah, our light up here. We gotta catch a couple of highlight type edges in here somewheres. Some there. These should be a little lighter too. Yeah. A little lighter there. No, here, let's get a little light on around the mouth here. I'm gonna maybe try this yellow here. That can't be too light though. Maybe a little more. Okay, the idea is that the light is passing through that. Ooh, now we got it. See, we kind of did over here already. We don't have to do anywhere near as much of this, I believe, on this side. How? That might still be a little too light. Let me take some of that away. Oh, yeah, it's a good thing we did. That would have been way too light, but that is better. Yeah, and then now what I can maybe, now I can maybe come back with this lighter stuff. Let me try this again. No, let me try this some more. Here we are. Is good right there. And then stop. No more. No more of that. It's almost getting to be that time again, Camden. We only got like 4 minutes or so. Less than 4 minutes now. A whole bunch of threes. Soon it will be 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 33 seconds. And as we said before, that we're not continuing this from another stream. We started this 3 hours, 29 minutes, and 30 seconds ago. That's when it began. Just like every stream. We started on the stream, gets finished on the stream, and that's it. No fooling around. Oh, and we do have to fool around with a little something here. Let me take some Indian yellow in this maybe. Let me see what we got here. And we also need to get something light in there too. We gotta do that. Spreading this out, soften the edge like we do. Now let me get that paint out of there first. Soft brush, no paint, smush that around. Now over here, we got ourselves a disturbing lack of reflections because there's something sitting right on top of it. Got to reflect something there. Lighten that up a little more. I might try one shot more. Actually, I'll get a little bit of thinner in there too. Yeah, there we are. Carry this a little further this way, maybe. gonna do this. More light with this again. That's got more of the yellow in it. We got kind of a little Raggedy Andy going on right there. We gotta smooth that out. I'm gonna just here. Let's roll with that umber here. And again, you can see it's almost a bit like a filbert style brush there. We want this to be darker. It doesn't have to be super duper dark. But that weird funky edge there, we gotta tone that down somehow. Like that, okay. Now we got another one of those over here. We'll do that. Now what about this? I think we got some of our actually a little bit of lights in there pretty good. Do we want that to be a slightly yeah, let me just use this. So we did an earlier film noir. This didn't quite go as we thought it was going to be a wraith, a wraith bird here, but it didn't quite go that way. We also didn't have all of this in the plinth. So a couple of areas we want to look at here. Just these color transitions here, and then this on the face, right? And then remember the green we added here? What happens when all that disappears and all we got are values? Well, all of a sudden that looks awful flat, doesn't it? Look at this. And it's a Cinco Trace also. Cinco Trace, and it's a combination Cinco Trace and film noir. So look at it. See, there's we don't have any of those fun little transitions. So again, look at this stuff. Look at this. As we bring back our color intensity, right, that was looking almost flat, but now just by virtue of magenta and blue, we've got, it looks like there's light and dark. They're the same value. So thanks for recording the Cinco Trace there, Camda. Appreciate that. And again, there's again some green. Like, you see that? See a little bit of green there. We got the brown over here. And the same thing here. Here, we'll do a film noir on this. When you take away all the warm colors in the background, now it's just a value thing, and the darker values here do stand out. Nowhere near as much as the dingy blue versus the very high saturation warm color behind it, like that. I swear, I thought I had the... Oh, I do have the autocorrect monster. I can't quite reach him, but we do have this. He was hiding earlier. Actually, Rico, I had to really hunt him down to find him, because this scene is nowhere near where he used to be. He used to be like 1 or 2 rows up. Now he's like 10 or something. Yeah, he is a good chunk away. Now we're going to take, I think, a little bit more of our lighter blue. You're just going to mix some of the fast matte white and the... Yeah, let me get a little bit refresh the sky blue a little bit. There we go. And we're going to try and get some more light on the edges here of the fabric. How's about some there? So yeah, I think this might have been one of the very first busts I ever tried to make, Recoil, was that. And I still think it would be interesting as a shadow box, right? Well, shadow box slash bas relief. Now, I was thinking more magenta. Let me see what happens just with them. I'm going to take, this is a blending brush here. So again, you see we got that really hard edge. If we do this little bit of tap, tap, tap here along that really hard edge, it becomes not a hard edge anymore. That's not the easiest to reach spot right there. Isn't that a whole bunch easier doing something like that? Well, I think so. So easy. I'm going to try and do the same deal here. Now, can you see what I'm doing? I think so. If I do this, I think you can see that. Also, let me get some of that paint out of there. Now, I'm going to take this brush again and just smoosh that around. Now, in here, let me take a little bit of our violet, and then down under here, we got some other perhaps lighter stuff I want to add in here too. There. And there. So again, not so much the magenta. Kind of toning that down with that bit of violet there. So 3 hours, 37 minutes ago, we had the equivalent of everything's very neutral, not too much of a color on there, and also it wasn't a light primer, it was not a dark primer. That autocorrect monster you saw right there, that's about as dark as primer really ever gets. That's Ebony Flesh Primer from Steino Resin. That's another little important little caveat there. Is no rattle can primers with the oils. Don't want to be using that stuff. The Steino Resin primer, it works for other stuff too, like regular acrylics, but for the oils, it's very crucial, and you can just brush it on. You don't need an airbrush. Yes, it says airbrush primer. We've just been brushing it on miniatures for years and years, and also years. So that's been just fine, just brushing the stuff on. Nope, I don't want to kill the violet I just added there. Now this is more of a kind of a neutral bluish. Not really too much violet, not really a whole lot of blue. It's just kind of in between. It's a tweensy. Let's get some blue over here. Maybe a bit of that over here. So again, that nice little. Yep, that's what's going to make this here shiny, is reflecting stuff that's bouncing around all over the place. That's what give you that little extra kick of sparkle. Some dark up in here. Now we've kind of been doing the lighter stuff here. We're gonna add a little bit of, like right in here. I think you can see it. And see how that's almost kind of just a dry brush there, because we made this into like a miniature filbert brush. And a filbert brush is one of these guys. That's a little bit bigger. Right? That's not the micro filbert brush, but even these, we could use that. Make sure there's no liquid in there. It's a soft brush. So yeah, we're just going to use this little bit of tap, 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 and it kind of squeezes and pushes that paint around a little bit. Soften that up even a little more. There you go. So we get that extra little bit. Again, maybe it's reflecting some of this too. That's very possible. I mean, there's all this fabric around there. Why wouldn't it? Ooh, that's also got to get a little something on there. I got a whole bunch of dark there. There we are. There's like an extra bit of dark in there too. We just had to kind of get rid of that. This, I think we're just going to go in with our Prussian blue there. Yep, we're just going to fill you in. So Louis, I'll try and get you the links. I'll try and get you the links there. Louis, I'll also, I'll try to get you, what would you say, another version of the not Army Painter links, if that makes any sense too. So it's kind of all in one place for you. But yeah, after the stream there, I'll shoot you the email and I'll do them in separate ones. I'll do the Army Painter ones, just, well, Army Painter Dark Sword in the first one, and then do that, again, get a second email in there. And of course, Lewis, well, you know, there'll be lots and lots of the Color 3, and of course, I'm working on the miniatures that will be the subject for the next Army Painter series. Working on those real hard. That, let me try this instead. So it's almost got a little bit more of the magenta to it. So see you later, Lewis. Hopefully see you on Monday there. Alright, that's got a little bit of the magenta, a little bit later. We got an awful lot of blue and gray here. I'm kind of hoping to inject a little bit later magenta into this. Not so much of the gold here. There we are. A little tracery there. A little filigree maybe. Little filigree helps. Of course, Rico, hoping that you can get back to the basing project there. I still have not had a chance to look through the whole lamination things. I'll see if I can get those after the stream. Here we are. There we are, right there. A lighter magenta on that, and maybe up here as well, yeah. And over there, and over there. Like that. Now down we go. Here we are. That would be. Is that gonna be too light there? No, not really. I mean that's catching a bunch of light. So I think we're good there. I think we're all right. Yeah. Now here's here's hoping that all the experiments were. We know what the experimentation, right? Recoil, that there's going to be times where it's like, okay, I wasn't expecting that. I guess maybe we change tack a little bit here and we go this route because that was an unexpected result. Now what I got here, let me get some of the sky blue. I believe we did this on the back ones. We haven't done it on the front ones yet. Let me try a little more of the lighter. Yeah, so we did this on the back, Jim, so we haven't done that on here yet. The diamond shape, there we are. And now this probably should also, yeah, that should probably be lighter towards the top here, maybe. Alright, I'll go back to the Prussian blue, see what we got here. Because that really shouldn't be there. I'm going to take that out too. That's some Payne's gray. That's a ball base indigo. Super, super dark bluish gray. Now I just did that here. Let's see what we're kind of good up there. I don't think we need to do it there. Oh yeah, a couple other lines to sharpen up here. Yep, like that. Back to my violet. Wasn't initially going to do these with this amount, but I think there's a couple little shots right in there. Yep, with that darker violet. go. I might try to squeeze here a little bit more of the actual violet. I'm just going to get that brush out of the way. We'll grab maybe this one. Violet. Couple of places, I was saying here. Under here was another one down in that recess, but you can see it's not super, super dark. We needed something that was well, a little bit darker, but not necessarily super dark. Now we're talking. There. That is a bit too much of an edge. We're going to just take some of this violet here. That's going to go over that. Possibly even, maybe even some of these feathers out here. We did the green. Now we're going to maybe do some violet. Some of these recess areas here. That again, a little bit ragged. Here we got to get some more stuff. We got nothing in there. Might this green be what we're looking for? Oh, now that could be interesting if we add that yellow to it. It may not. Okay, that might have a little extra opacity. A little later. There's these little kind of ribs to the collar or whatever there. Oh yeah, okay. Wow, that was a little later than I was expecting. I was kind of hoping it would be. I wasn't sure if it was going to be late enough. I will try some, well, a little later even. And yeah, okay. Also in here we got another area that's a little bit short of some value there, and maybe lighten this up as well. Yeah, that works. Taking it that way. Oh yeah, a whole bunch of light's got to be added in here. And now back to the Indian yellow. We put that sort of mid-tone green in there. Now we'll take it, pull it up that way, and we're going to pull it that way. Get all this stuff out of this brush here. No, I don't want that yellow in there anymore. I'll take some of the magenta, some of our violet. I don't know if you can see it, but there's a... There we go. That got a little weird there. Same here. We need to close that out and perhaps again this reflecting here on this panel. I think we'll do the same over here too. Yeah, so something like that. It's dark. Fine, a little bit over there too. Okay. I'm looking at this. I should probably leave that dark in place. I should probably leave that there. Now up here, let me take some of the Prussian blue and some of our sky blue. I'm trying to make this stuff here lighter by virtue of making all the stuff around a little darker. Maybe also a little less of the magenta, a little less of the violet here, a bit more of the darker blue. And remember the Prussian blue, that's not really an opaque color. Most of your darker colors, guess what they aren't. They are generally not opaque. And by generally, I mean almost never. Not the dark ones. There's exceptions. You know, your Mars black really is. I think that's an exception to that. I'm gonna actually break out a teensy bit more of the fast matte for some of the gemstone things here. Let's do this. Not even sure I needed that much. Okay, and I think this, yeah, that's got to be my new one there, I believe. Well, we'll find out in a sec. No, that might actually be one of the beat up ones. Well, we'll see what happens when we start using it here. Trying to get the edge of the gemstone. There we got it. And now up here, there's a little. No, that's supposed to be a little highlight thing, not a gigantic one. That's no problem because look at it. I'm just going to take the Prussian blue. And then we'll just cut some of that away. And it's all better now. Try this one more time here again. And there we go. Okay. So now it's like we got almost 2 little gemstones out of that now. Extra little light there, and now maybe some of that along the edges of the. Get some of the filigree here, trying to bring out a little more of that. No, that's would be this green here. I better break it down some as well. Yeah, came to. I mean, again, with it's got all of the reflections and all of the golds here, right? And it's got plenty of different colors going on in the feathers. Even with all that. 3 hours 54 minutes. Well, 3 hours 55 minutes now. It's almost like the oils can maybe do something beneficial for us. You'd almost think so, right, Camden? Pull that down, pull that up. A little more light over here. There we go. Here, let's run down a bit more of that. Touch of dark, the mid-tone. Really is more mid-tone. So Camden, if you want to post some oil paint and stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Now, I don't want to go too bonkers with the green and this shadow here, but we just kind of got a gray there. That is about making that little series, shadow area just a bit more interesting. Everybody check out the Instagram link Camden just shared. Now in here, I think we just let's go with some darker stuff in there. Let's try that first. I will take the umber. We'll get that mixed up with this dark over here, and let me see what happens first. in there. And now a blending brush here. I think that did it. I was either gonna add a little bit more of the mid-tone, but that dark, I think that did the trick. Try and just get rid of that clump of paint on the end of that brush there. So that is definitely one of the more, I think that's one of the older ones there. Don't think that is our fabulous new one, which is this one. Yes. I've got this green here. Alright. Do I lighten it up a little more? I got this fast matte white sitting over here. A little more. Whoa, okay. That's light. That's a kind of like a dingy seafoam green, which is just perfect for gold. Yeah. Looky there. Now this. Hey there, Uber Yeti. Great to see ya. So Uber Yeti, I know you got some stuff you can share. I've been seeing it on the Instagrams. So yeah, Uber Yeti, why don't you share some stuff there in the chat? More fabulous oil painting from Uber Yeti. You want to share the YouTube channel too there, Uber Yeti? No, it's funny. Cam, I thought that was the minstrel of mineral spirits singing the song of oil paints. There we go. More of a bard motif there. Nah, too light. Well, that ain't a problem. All gone. And then again, this is what we did last night, and that is really, that's wild to see those side by side. There was, what was the, it was one of my Jethro Tull albums there. What was the, I forget what the song was. But that was the name of, that was the song title there. Let me do that over here. Maybe. Okay, I was like, wait, did I actually use up all the fast matte white that I just put out there? No, it's just in a different spot. That's all. And again, our Saturday stream, next stream coming up here. Then we'll get to the full 75 millimeter sized fig there. Get all the green out of that. Break down some of our fast matte white here again. Just break this stuff down so that I can hit a couple little lighter things right here towards the top of it. I'm going to do the same thing over here. So thanks Uber Yeti, and hopefully you had a chance to check out the video on the El Chiba bus, the fishies there. I've printed out an even larger version of that. One more shot here. Okay. Too late. Fine, we'll go with this, and we'll just take that and drag that up this way. Same thing like this. Up we go. Yep, that feather too. A little bit less of the magenta right on the end. A little bit of the lighter stuff right on the end. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Uber Yeti just shared. Get some more oil paints there. There's a YouTube link. There we are. And a little bit more there. Like, yeah, there we are. Over there we are. It's getting that little bit of little spine in the feathers there. Been waiting a while to bring that out. Then we have to do a similar thing on these feathers. Down or by the arms, whatever. So no, Camden, really nothing, again, kind of the earth stuff doesn't really apply. Outside of avian, that's about it. And there's definitely, if you check out that video, you can see there's definitely some different markings there, Camden, for sure. Because you got to figure that, well, obviously, too, it's not just one planet. There are many worlds, right, that comprise, well, all of these different, I mean, there might be a home world, so to speak, but there's also other planets. Let me get some more of this in here. I'm trying to think. I think I have one schminky there. Yeah, a little bit there. This certain. Oh yeah, look at that. We can really brighten up the edge on that. So yeah, it came to one of the key things in all of the discussions was that it wouldn't just be random eagle, random bird number 7. So again, that was even in all of the prompting and everything else, was to avoid that. Let me get in there. We are. Darker here. Yep, there we are. I might even get some more dark in this here plinth. Couple of darks in here. Also maybe a little sharper edge on some of this, because now we've got our liner brush all tuned up, ready to go here. Yeah, a little more dark right there. Okay. Prussian blue again. Prussian blue over that a little more. In there, we will leave that alone. See over here, we gotta. Maybe the violet will work in this. just trying to sneak it. There we are. Okay, that's all I needed to do right there. Just to sneak in a little bit of that darker violet. Nice to see you there, Lubo. Appreciate that. Cam, I don't think I'll try to send you some of the stuff that I've been working on with the Seri, with the figures there as well. The key thing is, well, they have to be able to print them, which means things just cannot be too dainty, they have to at least be solid enough, but not so solid. You know what? That it takes away from the sculpt there. So have a good night there, Erin. Thank you so much for the raid, Erin. I know you just did a couple times, but why don't you post your Pinterest there one more time before you head off to sleep times there. And again, everybody, please give Erin Wife a follow. There we go. Now, actually, Cam did this new support structure that I was doing on essentially the larger version of this one. If I use that support structure on some of the ships, like say the Seri ships that, well, tend to be kind of on the fragile side, that might we might be able to get some more results out of that. Of course, again, I still haven't, like you heard me say earlier in the stream, right, Ken? I have not had a chance to do that build plate test on the Saturn yet. Maybe I will try to do that Sunday. I don't think we'll have any time to do that tomorrow. And again, programming note, unless something really weird happens, I will not be streaming this coming Friday and Saturday because I would not be here. That it is difficult to stream when you're not where the streaming area is. So most likely won't be streaming again unless something super weird, funky happens. I'll try to do the Monday stream. Tuesday, Wednesday, going to be definitely filming. There's well, between this and Gen Con, potential for some stream disruption. I have to stream on different days. I don't know. But it's kind of that weird second convention season. Is that too much? You know what? Maybe not. Yeah, I'm just rolling with this crazy green color here for the bottom of the beak. You know what? Little touch of that green right there. Okay, yeah. There's actually, there's literally green and red all together here, right here on the end of the face there. So have a good night there, Erin. Again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. You know what? I might still make that a little later. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to make that a little bit that lighter green there too. And yeah, this is a little funky here. Let me get some of this. That's almost like a nurgly green there. And look at that. That is also going to stand out from all that magenta that's right there. Instead of being all grainy, now it's a bit more gray, not grainy. I'm looking at this. Yeah, see, we got a little cleanup crew to do here. You know, let me take this magenta. Let me expand on this magenta here. All right, we got this semi, almost like a dry brush here. Okay. Going to expand at this is sitting right on top of this. That's where we're trying to expand this a little bit, get it caught up to what's sitting on top of it here. And also, look at it, see, it kind of smooths that all out too. It smooths that out just a wee bit. Yes, I will do it because we got our green on either side of that. All right, that'll work. No. We're taking away too much of that. I'm going to take this brush here. Let me push that stuff back over that way. Get back over that way. This was another... Yeah. Now I need to get a little touch of dark under. See, that's a little too wide right there. How's about we just slice that down a little? This may be just dark enough to do that. Okay, yeah. I'm going to take some of our not Mars Yellow Deep. That'll go across some of these, because these are all now, these are the next areas that got to be smoothed out a little bit here. There. So again, all of this here, trying to take away some of the choppiness. Little mid-tone in there. That needs, yeah, a little bit of that, kind of, again, that little bit of yellow and opaque yellow. Kind of on the warmer side. We got a bunch of the cooler yellows on here. This is, again, a little bit of a warmer yellow. See, that's kind of softened all that stuff up right there. It has been interesting, Cam, that, you know, with on the tutorial videos, not really using as much of the alkyds there. When you get the real deal, I don't know if you're, I think it was the, I'm pretty sure it was the El Chiban bust. When I was doing that video, I just noticed dramatic difference, of course, in the consistency of the paint, where it was just, again, the alkyds can be a little bit on the thicker side, consistency-wise. Next thing you know, I'm using all of these, like the Williamsburg stuff. And I was like, wow, this paint is, it's just been sitting there for 2 or 3 hours, and it's just as, I don't have to like put a drop of thinner on there or anything. Okay, yeah, I was like, I don't think that is the yellow that I had going. Now here, speaking of the yellow, you see I just tinted that back to yellow again. There. And more of that here. Where are we at? This way. Yeah, and of course, well, the not radiance, right? And I mean, these are whatever is not the Paul Rubens is just the Griffin, so this is all just the Alkyd stuff. And I have to say, again, that faster drying time is really handy when stuff's got to be packed up in not too long from now and transported elsewhere. Actually, oh, that's right. I might have to be purchasing some more magnets. I just realized that. That's the other. If I have that super extended work session tonight after the stream, I might also be doing magnets. Just as like, okay, do I need to get some more of these? Because I'm probably gonna run out of them. And I'm talking those big honkin' magnets. Well, we got to keep those strip mines in full production, right, Camda? We need to get those rare earth metals out of there. Let's do the lighter yellow up there. Also, ooh, a little bit more right here. A little more right there. So yeah, look at that. Got all kinds of nifty little colors floating around in there. Let's just expand that out a little bit. There's, again, I could see a little weird, funky edge there. This is almost a greenish yellow, believe it or not. I know it sounds crazy, but it is kind of a greenish yellow. Another bit of our light right in there. Right on the other side of that magenta stuff. That got a little too happy. That's what we got this here to again just kind of modify that. Take away the excess. That's all we're doing. Yeah, let's get the edge of that now. A little more here. I might try a little bit more of my lighter yellow. Let me see what happens with... I still got... Okay, some of my fast matte white. That'll go over here. That got a little darker. I looked over and like, that should probably be right on it. There we are. Okay. This side was already kind of over. Okay, yeah, there we are. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Now I'm also tempted. If it doesn't work, we'll just we'll take that out of there. But I'm gonna try to do one more hit later on that magenta right over the eye. I kind of had to wait on that. And yeah, we're just gonna rest our hand here. We got this going. Hopefully not too late. And the more we do that, the more the more it just kind of softens the expression a little bit. Yep, that's what it does. Now that was not before that was there. There was a much more stern look to it. Much more stern. I'm trying to get some lighter stuff on these feathers is here. Like that, and maybe some more down here. Also up there. And again, this all of these are my own sculpts here. Yeah, there's only one place you're ever going to be able to get them. That will be from initially Patreon page. because I'm using a lot of these for Patreon page tutorials, because guess what? It's a whole lot easier to create a tutorial where the figure is actually constructed specifically for said tutorial. Also, it can save you a whole bunch of coin, because instead of, it's like, okay, yeah, now join these 17 other Patreons to get those figures. Now you can just go, well, they all come from here. So you have the one-stop miniature and tutorial stop right there, or shop, that's it. I do words, right, Canada? It only says that I do words, doesn't say how well I do the words. Now, I think we've gotten that as light as we can. Oh, there's a place. If we're gonna make all this stuff lighter, then we better, okay, now this magenta here, first let's hit that. Let's get this first a little lighter, and up there as well, because there is more light coming down that way, so we don't have these over the top. Those are also the things that are kind of casting this, these reflections here that we're kind of painting in. This might just do the trick here. No, that's a bit too late. Let's go darker. Ooh, now we're talking. Now we are talking. Yep. And that. Lighter, yeah. Get that magenta there, reflecting over there. Ooh, that's a lot of thinner right there. That might be a bit too much. Gotta be real careful when we plop that stuff on here. Now I was gonna, yeah, let me see. This right here, we need, that's all kind of the same value. I wonder, do I go with the cooler? Let me try the warmer stuff. And is that okay? That is a little lighter. I don't want to go super light with that. I'm gonna try this with some of the Indian yellow. What do we have here? Maybe I think I'll still stick with these. With the one happy choice. Actually, I might just get me another set of these here. What was the one that I haven't tried yet? So that's the 00. Oh, I haven't tried the ones. I've tried the 00 and the zeros. 0 wasn't quite so nifty. But again, just get these on Amazon here. And I might grab me another set of those. Just because. Nice to see you there, Judge Dave. Appreciate you being here. It's a smorgasbord. It's a smorgasbord, right, Camden? It's a party shop. We're going to party with a little bit more of our yellow right there, too. So, Judge Dave, I hope that everything goes fabulous there. Yeah, get that green mixed in with that. I wonder. Taking everything out of the brush. This is our indigo here, so it's relatively dark, but also it's a little different coloration. I think I'm also going to extend that down a little further. Yeah, okay, now those line up a little better there. Up there. Judge Dave, if you wanted to post some stuffs in the chat too. Sorry, that was like, what was I going to say? That's what I was going to say. You want to post some stuff there in the chat. Now this, I will take the umber, mix it with that. That's almost a pin line wash. That's close, just to try and get that baby in there. This is again, this is as glazy as washy as we've gotten since we first started this, which is 4 hours 27 minutes ago. That is not quite it. That is also just that. That technically doesn't really have a whole bunch of paint on it at all. Same on this side. Where's my crazy green? Yeah, Judge Dave, it's toasty here. Well, it's down to 81 degrees in this room. It almost feels cold now. When I started the stream, it was 87.3 degrees in here, something like that. That's borderline insane. It's like a new ice age or something's happening here, Camda. So hopefully things get a little bit nicer for you there, Judge Dave. A little bit difficult to focus, right, when it is toasty. Yeah, there were times where I would get toasty in the house and I'd be painting with the watercolors, and quite literally the sweat from the brow was part of the watercolor paint because it was just dripping right down onto the palette. It is the proverbial blood and sweat, right, Camden? Okay, oh good. Alright, I think this with a little touch of our, well, maybe a little more sky blue than that. Right on the end of this. I looked at them like, that's awful flat right there. I have to say, Cam, all kidding aside, getting to do these lore videos like this, I mean, it's not quite the same as, say, the illustrated novel type things that I wanted to do, but it's pretty wild. So yeah, Judge Dave, it's definitely been a mite toasty, that's for sure. That's when we have ourselves a hopefully new air conditioning unit coming this way. Let me put a little dark right here. Where we at here? Let me take that. Is this okay? Yeah, we can use that. So yeah, well, we had one, and it just, I guess, a little too. It's just been having to work too hard. It kind of gave up the ghost, so to speak. When it's cooler, it's sort of okay, but when it gets to be toastier, nope. Well, here, Artemika, we are very much fans of it's winter 365 days a year, 32 to 37 degrees for the high temperature every day. It can be warmer other places. They can make all the food, but here we want it to be in the 30s, 365 days a year. It also cuts down on a lot of other mischief. Because quite literally, the second it turns warm, all of a sudden, all kinds of extra mayhem comes with it. So that's why we're like, I wonder where they all go when it's wintertime. They must hibernate or something like that, like bears. I want, okay, I don't really want to go any lighter with that over the top of it. Maybe I'll try. I can always get rid of it. Again, if it is too light, we can get rid of it. Maybe put a little bit of something right here. Yeah. You know what? That did work. That did work. I mean, that was the tiniest of tiny bits as well. I mean, it was not much there. The lighter magenta here. Plus this. Again, that is not unexpected with masonry houses. Usually ovens in the summertime, but in this type of a summertime, they turn into kilns. Maybe I need to get myself some Art Clay World clay, and then we could just put it in the kiln, which would just be the house. I could just leave it on the kitchen table. That'll be enough to fire it. Let me use, there we are. A little bit lighter magenta along that edge. We did, see, we're gonna take this here green. Now that's a little too light of a gray. We need more mid-tone. I still see some grainy stuff going on here. Gonna get rid of some of that. That is not so grainy anymore. See, we got a little bit of grainy going on there. Now we got a little bit of grainy going on there. Greeny, not grainy. Yeah, Judge Dave, and it hangs on to it too. It hangs on to that hot stuff for dear life. I mean, it could be all of a sudden, say only 15 Celsius outside, but those bricks, they're gonna hang on to that heat. You know, okay, fine. I'm gonna just one more time. This is the last of our fast mat white. Yes, well, you know it's toasty when the basement, which does not have any air conditioning at all in there, is actually cooler than the upstairs by, in some cases, 4 or 5 degrees. Normally, again, that's how you know the air conditioners aren't working. When the unair conditioned basement is substantially cooler, it's like, well, okay, I guess those things need a little help. Oh yeah. Actually, now I got this for some more little highlights along this. Some more little highlights on these. There's also on our little gemmy stones here. Come on, that's gotta be further. There. Edge of that. Edge of that. Come on. Okay, that edge restored. That edge. Ooh, here we go. Down here as well. Bam, there we are. there. I'm gonna take you like so. And what about this edge right here? Let me lighten up that edge a bit. Lighten up that edge. This one too. Thank Thermid Wolf for posting a link to the. Oh, geez, that reminds me. I've got the. Okay, I just was able to get this video done today. So that is the story of these folks right here. So if you want to kind of see that, and this is an origin story, but it kind of tells you a little bit what they're all about. You can check that out. Again, it kind of tells you a little bit about their philosophy, their view on things. A little hint at what this society is like. Man, that's the what? Now that is the fourth one that I've done. And it's fun now, Cam, because now I can kind of refer from one video to the next. When we just had the first one out there, there really wasn't much to kind of say, okay, this kind of piggybacks into this. Now that we've got all these things together, we'll also have to do, again, I've got one for the Ballisteri, I've got one for the Ardanians, I've got one for the Azanji, the Moskins. You know, I'm going to light you up a little bit there. Like it's reflecting that. Yes. Let's enlighten that a little more then. Okay. Now, yeah, I don't know if this has all been kind of setting records. I believe was it last week or the week before in Germany. There was a bunch of records, I think, that were set. I don't know. I think maybe last year it was maybe France and Spain that were doing the record setting there. Yeah, a little. Okay, there. A little bit of light right there. Couple little hits of our light right in there. Top of the shoulder. And then see, we kind of did the lightest stuff on that part of it there already. So I don't need to do that. But this edge and this edge definitely will catch more light now. Yes. And now this over here, we did the... We added more of the gold. I'm not so sure we want to make that... let me get the edge of the... And then maybe we will lighten this up a little more right along here. And then leave it alone. Yeah, then we'll leave it. Not sometimes enough is enough. And of course, perfection, the enemy of completion, right, Camja? That is in the even the new book of Waffle stickers. It is in there. I will lighten you up a little bit right along that edge there as well. And then this one. And then this one. Much a little lighter in there. Fine. Still got the fast mat. Wait for another. Whoops. Little edge light here on our plinth on a plinth. Actually, yeah, Camden, these were printed. Oh, geez, I forgot to tell you there. These were all printed with a .2 nozzle, Camden. And again, I need to buy myself a .4 nozzle, but it's got to be stainless steel if I really want to be able to go back and forth between the two type of nozzles more easily instead of with the several hours lost trying to figure out what was going on. So Lewis, hopefully you'll get a chance to really try out those, do some fun stuff. If you wanted to share anything, like we were saying before, you want to share some stuff, please go ahead. I'll lighten this up too. Yep. Oh geez, Camden, look at, I just looked at the timestamp. Oh my goodness, look what I almost missed. I looked up, it's 4 hours 43 minutes. Oh my goodness, that was just seconds to spare, Camden. We would have missed ourselves another Cinco. Well, I would have. You've been getting them. I know you got the Cinco Tres and Cinco Dos. Well, we're about to have a Cinco Cuatro here. Rest assured, there will not be a Cinco Stinko. So, Lewis, like I said, I got to send you the email after the stream. And I'll be sending you those in a separate email. So we'll do the Army Painters / Dark Stored stuff in one. And then we'll send the original stuff, which you already have. We'll send that in a second message there. Just like I sent the stuff the first time around, right? By an email. Definitely make sure to check out the spam folders. Alright, Candle, we got 22 seconds left. The thing that doesn't mean anything. It literally does mean nothing. It means nothing whatsoever. We just get a kick out of it, that's all. Shall I lighten you up a little bit? Yeah, okay. Oh, no problem there. There we go. There we go. A Cinco Cuatro Camda. We had one of those on the last stream, right? Or did we? Yeah, we had a... I don't remember. I could swear that we did. Yeah, oh, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we must have had a Cinco Cuatro on the last stream. Alright, look at that little extra light right in that gold there. So it'll be a little bit again after the stream there, because there's a whole bunch of things I got to get caught up on. But rest assured, again, like always, look for the message, and like I said, it'll be 2 messages. First one, we'll have the Army Painter stuff, because you don't have any of that. Camda, I actually was able to, I might be sending some, I think the Word documents or something. I might just send those to like you and Ryan and such, and then you can tell me how well they work for you. Yeah, I think I might do that. I'll send them to you, Ryan. I'll send them to Landrast and stuff. Yeah, I think I'll send it to you guys, and then you can say, yeah, okay, that actually made them easier to find, or it's like, nah, it really doesn't make much difference. The difference is there would be several of these. There would be more like, It basically what it was doing, Cam, that was trying to take some of the like the on the workbench ones, the things that don't have a series, and it tried to almost kind of compartmentalize those into a series where it's like, okay, you know, kind of the focus of this one was object source lighting. We don't have like an object source lighting series. So if it was like a workbench episode where that was kind of the priority, it would just kind of go, okay, here's a bunch of on the workbench episodes where maybe source lighting was kind of the main focus, or maybe the metallic something that again doesn't fall within a normal series. All right, there we are. Yeah, okay. So a lot of these little small feathers finally have some of that lighter stuff in them. Uh, Lighter up here, or like we were doing out here. I'm gonna do that. What the heck? What the heck? This. Whoa, that's too neutral. Too here. Look at a little bit of that green. I'm gonna target some of these guys. Well, that is just about right. I mean, it just looks gray. It literally just looks gray on here. That actually, believe it or not, that is a green. We still got some of the little bit of the magenta, some of the ombre and the shadows there. To the fast matte white again. Some of these little feathers is up here. Ah, now we're there. He's nice. Yeah, now that we've got this, I'm going to take a little look-see again. This is what we'll be painting on our next stream later today. So that is like 2.5 times the size. This head here versus that. Shoulder at least, again, about 2.5 times as wide, but we got much more of this fabric over here. We'll try and get some of this same... That's a very interesting pointing tool right there. We're going to try and get some more of this right here. That color. What is it? 4:32. It is 4:32 in the morning here. And again, even though it's a no, I was going to say it's a month past the solstice now. We still got it's only let's see, been 10. It's about 20 and a half, 21 and a half days past the solstice. Still the rather horrific sunrise at like 4:45 in the morning. Ah, that never got any of our light back in there. Okay, now we got some. This too. Okay. More light there. That little dot towards there. Let me just get some Prussian blue here, and we will cut down on you. Yeah, that's better. Extra little liney there. Yeah, let's do that too. This right out here, we'll just hit that with our Max Darth. And that is, I mean, that really is just better than the Blackest Black. It's more durable too. As in, like, significantly more durable. See, okay. I've got, that can't just be all that same level brown. Let me try some of this. Not quite. I guess we need a little more thinner in there. Ah, there we go. That was like this little dot of light there. That did not make any sense. That little weird, funky dot there. We had to go further than that. Now over here, I think we have light and we have mid-tone, but what might be on the lacking side might be some dark. So we got a little bit of our umber here. Perhaps a little bit more. This is also, yeah, the umber. Yeah, it might be a darker color. It may not be quite as translucent, say, as Indian yellow, but it is translucent, no doubt about it. Let me get rid of that. There we go. I was a little bit confused because I saw someone else's stream kind of go kerplooey, and I was like, wait a minute. That can't be mine. And sure enough, that was not mine. That was somebody else's that went kaboom. Ah, yeah, okay. Same with the umber, like we were doing up in here. You know, get me a little more of that now. Ooh, yeah, now we got to do the oppo. We got to go the opposite way here. Let's get reflected. Can you see what I'm doing? You can almost see it if I flip this way. Then you can see it. Now I'm assuming there, Arda Michael, that by birds you mean mosquitoes. And again, those are not the tasty mosquitos. Yes, that's something different. I'm not exactly sure what kind of cuisine mosquitos are, but I think it's not the food that you eat. I think it's the food that eats you. That would be mosquitos. There you go. Yep, that's not the food that you eat. That's the food that gets to eat you. You know what? There actually is another level. Yeah, okay, let's do that. It's sort of on that side, too. I can remember back in Boy Scout days when there might have been a little bit of liquid sunshine, and it was actually, I mean, you had to every single day make sure that those fire buckets got emptied out. Because holy smokies, man. Yes, mosquitoes there, Uber Yeti. That's the food that eats you. Let me get that going. Again, this is talk about a cooler yellow. There literally is green. There is some green in this yellow here. There's some green in that there yellow. Going back, there more of that greenish gray up here. One of these is a blending brush. I had Judge Dave around here. Mosquitoes, they're pretty much the state bird of about half the states in the U.S., maybe 2/3 of the states in the U.S. That would be the state bird. Again, some of those mosquitoes, they can range inside from maybe a small bug to something half the size of an A380 or something like that. Let's get some more of our sky blue over here. not enough citronella in all the universe, right, to get those things scared away, right, Michael? That's it. I might have to start getting me some, well, again, I don't really do nothing outside except for doing the garden stuff, but that's during the day when even the mosquitoes are just like, nope. So, Big Da, how you doing? Here, Big Da, check out what we were painting last night on stream. Well, look at this. That's a 2D version of our Wind Dancer, and soon enough, a matter of hours from now, guess what we're going to do? Then we're going to do the full-on figure of it. So we'll try and do some more of these little portrait, basically, then a bust, which is kind of like a 3D portrait, right, Camden? I think it's a 3D portrait, and then we'll do the full figure of it. Oh, horsefly, that's what I'm thinking. I couldn't think of it. Those things, man. And of course, when you're horseback riding, guess what? Guess what? You're gonna get nailed by. You're gonna get nailed by horseflies. They don't really distinguish between you and the horse. You're just another entree. Yeah. The bug is just like, well, look at this. That doesn't taste like horse, but I don't care. Yeah, I mean, some of those horse flies, it's kind of like what was the spruce goose? That's it. Yes. That's the size of a horsefly. Now talk about bio drones, right, Camden? Yeah, that would be the horseflies. Here's again. We're gonna reflect this onto the armor here. Now we're gonna do that first. Then we will take no, not you. We'll take maybe this guy here. So again, see, you got that big old blob of stuff there. We're gonna take that and we're just gonna soften all that up. Again, that is the wonder of the oil paints. So Big Da, I hope that your Saturday is fabulous so far. I hope everybody's gonna maybe get a chance to paint some figures, play some games, do all of the above. Maybe make some terrain, maybe do some basing. Of course, Camden, if we're doing actual, like, gaming scale miniatures for a Compass Rose universe, well, then we got to do terrain. We need to do terrain pieces then. That should be interesting. Because the only terrain I've ever obviously made is out of foam and board and all that other kind of stuff. Never actually designed printable terrain. Oh, here we go. Here we go. A little bit more of that. There we are. Again, getting some nice little reflections there. I wouldn't be surprised, Camden. There were none initially. The place that I would look for him, Camden, is the void. The void has all kinds of critters. Yeah, if you're looking for kind of the strangest place, the void is the strange place. Where space is alive and suddenly you are not. Yeah, that's the place where things can come to an end really quickly. You know what? Let me let me do a little change on this. Where's my umber and some of that yellow? this is what we're going to change here. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there we are. That makes a little more sense now. Okay. There we are. Darken you down a little bit. Same up there. And you get the next, well, I've got, I think, 3 more of the, well, let's say I got 2 more of the Seri Republic 75 mil size figures printed out. I've got 2 more that I'm going to try to print out. And then I've got, I think, 5 different scopes that I'm working on for Alchibans here. And there's, instead of this cloth here, it's like this long webbing. Man, there's going to be some interesting. So, and of course, what you're going to try to have some. We have some sea creatures too that go with them. It's not just the figure itself. Actually, Camden, one of the original painting pyramid tutorial videos was a hippogriff. I actually did an eagle and I did a hippogriff. I don't know if you've seen those. Talk about the Wayback Machine there, Camden. But there are tutorial videos on a hippogriff from way, way back in the day. Now, obviously, it's in the before times. So that's in the time before oil paints, of course. You know what? I'm going to take this further down. Get a little bit thinner in here. Okay. That now those are more in line. Okay, that was just a little funky there. Now, hopefully, too, also again all the different colors we've been doing on the ships, right? The reds, the greens, and the different brown shades. You kind of see that here in the bust. And came to when you see the Woden and just how similar they're going to look to their ships. I'm really looking forward to that. I think some of them should be really nifty for some busts as well. One more round maybe of some darks here. The umber. Let me get some of our Mars black in here too. Yep, I'm going to try to bring this down here. More dark under here. We got kind of a mid-tone in some places. Much darker under that, under here. There we already got the dark. There's a couple places we kind of lost it, like over here, I think. I think we lost a little bit of it there. I'll try to get some of that back right in here. Separate that. Oops, not that much. Down there, that is fine. I'm gonna darken you down a little bit over here, and maybe, no, I'm gonna get more of the umber in there. We're gonna darken this up right in this little area here. Nah, nope. Better to use this. Spread, and this is look at this, a loaded blending brush. We haven't had one of those in a little bit there, Camda. A loaded blending brush. Can we darken you down a little? Yeah. Now, hey, Inganes, well, geez, why don't you do the thing, Inganes? Share the stuff again. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow, because Inganes also does the oil painting. There you go. Everybody, check out the Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Do the follow thing. So hopefully Inganes, again, it gets a little less toasty for you there. Maybe work a little bit more on that there. Okay. I guess we've gone over 5 hours now, Camda. I looked up there and went, okay. A little bit of our magenta there, and a little bit in here, because we just got gray in there. We don't want that. Okay, we got it now. What about this in here? That's a little too dark. Prussian blue, maybe. So it's now if it has been kind of multiple records there in Ghana's, because again I know that in Germany that was most definitely record stuff going on there. I don't know if it's also been kind of the record-breaking stuff by you too. You know, I still got this. The not radiant violet there. The radiant periwinkle, sorry. Gonna use you a little bit here again. Not necessarily like a non-metallic metal reflected light, but just a little, and also to a different color there too. But I do think actually what I might do is head on over. I see the batch painter is starting there, and well, it is well, it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning here. Now here's hoping that you can avoid some of the worst of the toasty there in Ghanese. But here, why don't we also do a little thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations and such. We will compare once more to our painting from last night. We'll get here down. Now we got both into focuses there. So there's our painting from last night, and coming up in just a matter of hours from now will be this right here. So that's gonna be super fun. Lots of, I mean, again, all the color transitions here. I think we should be able to get a bunch of them in our figure too, because we got even more stuff we can play with. But we did actually get a chance to do some of our shiny stuff down there. So see you later, Ngani. See you later, Camden. And thanks again, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. And again, don't uh, don't uh, don't miss our next stream because we got the figure version of this coming up next. So thanks again, everybody. See you later, Uber Yeti.